do it. All right. It's like we got Nick DeLeon hopping back in the booth. That's pretty cool.
What's going on, guys? Let's see what's happening here. 0-0, first game then?
Yeah, it looks like Danny took care of Eric Beaver over there. I think Eric was up like 3-0, so it must have been one heck of a comeback. I didn't see it, but well, this is the semifinals. Danny came back. This is for second, third place. Winner of this goes to the finals and has to double dip Mr. Mike Dickinson.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah.
All
And he struggled in that hot seat match a lot. Nick did.
Yeah, a little bit for sure.
So hopefully he can, forget about it and just get past it and one ball at a time pretty much.
He's one of the more mentally disciplined guys I know. He doesn't get too frustrated with himself. I know him on a somewhat personal level. He's got a really good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, really calm and together. He doesn't get really upset at his mess ups or anything like that.
Oh yeah, we're all guilty of that from time to time, but he's specifically good at it.
So I like this. I like playing safe here. I like prospecting the 4 ball down table with it top right, and it'll die off that rail and hug into the 10. A little harder. See how it's
Yep.
coming into the 10?
Yep.
Just a little harder, and that ball bites more than it'd be on. It throws into the 10.
Yeah, that really limits options the closer you get to that 10.
Correct. Eliminates the jump cue. Eliminates a lot of stuff. A tough shot on this table.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, this is a humbling table for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you're not used to it,
Yeah. Second you think you're good, you play a few racks over here. It's stupid.
um, that's why it's always good to practice on tight tables.
Yep. Especially with this cloth as worn in as it is. I mean, you gotta hit balls along the rail, you gotta hit dead nuts.
Yeah, I was trying to explain it to people earlier. I was like, you have to hit the heart of the pocket, and a lot of people, when they aim for the heart of the pocket, they think they're going to over spin the ball or over cut the ball, but
Mhm.
really you're just hitting the true of the pocket instead of using the rail to guide the ball in.
Yeah. And a bit guilty of that.
I don't,
Almost where
I don't like this at all, just because the shape on the 6 ball is going to be brutal. So good thing he missed it. Not, you know what I'm saying? Then he's just stuck like that. 'Cause if you're going to do that, you need to widen it out so you can hug the end the side rail so you can shoot the 6. See, you touch the rail.
Yeah.
The guys don't play bad. It's just that this table plays so tough that you can't touch that rail. Use all that 5 ball. Hey, touch that end rail, and it just hung up on a 4.5 inch pocket. That ball's going in.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. That was and even 4.5 isn't gaping huge, but they
it
felt like
accepts the balls.
buckets after
Yeah.
you play on this table enough. They feel like buckets over there.
Yep.
Shot selection. My shot selection changed quite a bit from one table to the next over here.
Junior, he's waiting to play you. So get up here.
I got Mr. Mike Dickinson waiting in the hot seat. He knocked Nick
Yes,
Klein to
sir.
the backside. Danny's
Yep.
clawing his way back.
Yep. After his loss from Justin, right?
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
Bonus?
no.
Oh, no bonus.
No rim. You think that 8 sneaks by that 10?
I think so. You have to smooth stroke it though. Like you can't hammer it when you
Oh,
beat
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to cheat over here. That's,
It's only
I didn't know there was more pocket to work with.
Yeah, you can work with it. Is this that you have to hit it at a certain speed with a little bit of outside English. So the 8 ball hugs the rail in. But if you hammer, it's not gonna stay. But he plays it like it goes, so
Yeah, it seems like Danny does like to
I
stroke the
don't think.
ball a bit, which
Yeah,
is tougher on these tables.
100%. When you hit the balls firmer, yes. Oh, how do you hit that? Really good shot right there. Nice smooth stroke right there. Now I'm just gonna. I mean, depending on how far that 9 ball is off, I might come around 3 rails with the cue ball. If it's close, then I'll just baby it, just like that.
Yeah. And was close enough to a pocket for him. He
Yeah, nothing crazy.
didn't have to risk anything there.
No, nothing at all. Your time. Don't take the pocket for granted. That is an easy shot.
Danny up 1-0, looks straight race to 7. These guys are within 35 points. Let's turn them in. Every 35 points yields a 1 game spot, but
Yeah.
from here on out, they will be straight races. They're all close enough, and at the higher end of it, I think 10 ball on the 9 footers tends to some of these events with like 9 ball on the bar boxes, you'll see some 400s or low 500s get there on day 2, but I think 10 ball on the 9 footers for these guys is kind of giving the higher rated player a bit of an edge, maybe a touch of an edge to
No, I think it's huge because now you have to call your pocket. You can't
yeah.
just like fire at something and
Oh
if it
yeah.
goes in, then you get to keep going. I think it changes a lot because those lower rated players don't think so far ahead, where these guys will.
Yep. Always the last ball that gets you, isn't it?
All right. But it's all about that cue ball not going forward.
hmm
If you get that ball to come back, whether you draw it back and it barely pops, but as long as you get that pop, then the balls will react like they're supposed to. But if you stroke the break, then the balls are not doing what they're supposed to be doing off the break.
Yeah. Heard that was, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the little bit of popping, I mean, there's a few reasons for it, but the little bit of pop on your break, I heard it was those 2 balls, the second row of balls.
Uh-huh.
I heard those balls need to clear the one, and the one needs to pop up a little bit for that to happen. If you stroke them, that one's not getting up enough, and those balls can't clear to track towards the
Yeah, and
side.
not just that, those balls will go like they will bend further out, meaning that they will hit above the side pocket,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So the balls, once you pop it, not just the one ball getting out, but once you pop it, then those balls are clear to go, right?
Yep. Yep.
And until you can work on your pop on your 10 ball break, don't worry about what the balls do. Just rack them until you can consistently pop it, and then once you can consistently pop it, then you worry about what those 2 balls do, what the back balls do, and all that stuff. Just like me, like when I was working on the 9 ball new matchroom format 9 ball break when it was getting changed last European Open.
hmm
I mean I videoed a lot of people at European Open. I videoed Tyler, a couple other people, and I went back home and I'm like, okay, I don't care about what the balls do. I just need to make sure my cue ball is going back and forth like it's supposed to. And then
hmm
once I got that, then I'm like, okay, now we're ready to hit on the 1 ball to make the one ball on the side, and also the wing ball can possibly go. So it's just taking your time on your break. And a lot of people think, oh, just because I have a magic rack, I'm good. And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
you still have to hit it right, and you still have to hit it square.
Yeah.
Here's a 2-way shot here. I like it. You fire at the 10 ball, and you play safe.
Yeah. How about that, huh?
And this is another way, him being an old school player, knowing this, where a lot of the new guys would play safe, just setting the ball up table. But he drew it back. I would have rolled forward.
Yeah. Looks like still left distance, but obviously would have liked to use that 6 or the 9.
Yeah. So this is perfect. I'm gonna bank the 1 ball down table with off right. I'm gonna hug him on the 4 and the 10. The cue ball. Oh, too hard. That right there is more about your knowledge about the cue ball coming off the one ball right with that fourth ball English. Oh, we're getting up to 51 viewers. Let's go, guys. Who's all in the chat?
Yeah, it starts usually starts picking up around the semifinals or finals. It'll jump up, especially the finals. And then
Yeah.
if there's a final second set, that's when you really see a jump. You guys like to see that. I've always been, what's your opinion of this? I've always been a fan of like just from a spectator's point of view. I'm not talking from a player's point of view, but from a spectator's point of view, I've always been a fan of the single longer race finals. I get that. I get that the person that lost should have to win again. I've heard all of that, but what's your opinion on that?
I like the single race, one race,
Yeah,
because of the fact that, I mean, that's what all the pro events are doing, right?
yeah,
And then I get it that this is the amateur tour and whatnot, but I actually think that Tim should actually go to have as many players as you want, and when you get down to the final 16 or the final 32, you do single elimination from there. I think to get the mindset in it, right? Like, I'm not saying that everybody, like if you did 480 or 500, right? But all the higher rated tournaments, I think it'd be perfect. You still get your weight, but it
Yeah.
puts more pressure on both players when it comes to the single elimination round. And plus, the tournament gets done faster.
Oh, look at us, Nick.
Oh, dude, we're on Zoom? What?
Yeah, dude, we've made it so big time that we're finally getting the spam comments. That's the first time. That's really cool. I've never been big enough to get the spam stuff.
That's good. I know there's a way to block it or whatnot, but it's out of my reach for that. No, I mean everybody has their preference, but I just feel that you'll see who actually can handle the pressure better when it goes to the single elimination round, and you're playing.
Yeah, I think I'm speaking more from like when I watch the pros, like from an amateur side, I do like the double elimination format. I love it, really. But I think for the pros, like I want to see like that would be like making it to the Super Bowl and the team with the better record, the team that got there with the worst record has to beat that team twice. That seems odd on a bigger scale for the amateur events and stuff like this. It seems cool, but Tim's old school. He loves
Well,
he
no, no,
he loves
hey,
the
hey, hey.
double
I
limits.
get it because we've been around double elimination for a long time, but it's just one of those things that are changing. Like just like why there's not a lot of higher rated tournaments. Everything's changing. Back in the day, 10, 15 years ago, you had nothing but um like anything from 700 and all the way up to opens to play, and now you don't. You have maybe one every 3 months. You have an open to play, and play against the better players. But you know, oh, good shot,
Oh, that's good.
great combo. I don't know. I like it. I mean, through double, I get it. Where if you don't play good your first set, because you've been sitting for so long, I can understand it. But like either way, I mean, I just even when I was 650, 670, 80. There was times where it was a one race final, and that's what you got to deal with. Whatever the tournament you're running, that's what you had to deal with.
Yeah, I like the pressure that brings.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I think the tournament they're doing a 625 and under $1,000 entry one. I think that
Yeah.
one. I think Tim said that one's going to be a single. I mean, a single race finals, which is cool to me. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I'm gonna go ahead and donate to that one.
Yeah, you have to. You have to just You have to play. Anytime you have a chance to play better players, you have to play.
Oh yeah.
If you want to get better. If you don't want to get better, then you can stick to your, normal terms that you play in. But if you're willing to want to get better and take the beating, like Mitch, me, Bobby, Gus, back in the day we had Jim Mendoza, Glenn Bond, Scott Frost. I mean, Jimmy Joe. Names go on. And we were getting tortured every night, but we came back the next night and we got tortured again. We came back the next night and we got tortured again because we wanted to learn. We wanted to get
Hmm.
better. It's just a different outlook on each player, how they want to be as a player.
Yeah, it took me a little while to realize that it's not like I don't know, I guess with my mindset's a little bit different, but it took me a little while to realize that there's a lot of players out there that go out and play League once or twice a week just to get away from their old lady,
No, yeah,
once or twice a week, like,
yeah.
and it's not a huge thing to them. And to me, I become hyper obsessed with this stupid game on it.
No, no, it's great that you are because then you want to learn, you want to get better,
Oh
you want
yeah.
to play better, right?
But it was weird to me recognizing that not everyone's like that. I
No,
found out that I'm not like I found out that I'm just as I'm weirder than I thought I was.
I mean the tour I was going to run before I started going touring, on the road and everything, like traveling the world. I was going to do that kind of format.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Handicap entry fee, handicap race, and then you get to the final 32 or 16 split bracket, everything, and then you combine them at the end. Mike Hallerton had that perfectly set up. Like before Fargo came out, he had the B bracket, and then he had the A bracket, and then on the second day he combined them, redraw, and whatnot, and,
Yep,
and
yep.
then double elimination from there. But um, it puts a lot of heat on the higher rated players.
Well, I got a question just from I guess it's more of a personal question because I've been interested. Um, I'm one of the more well, you're young too, but I'm one of the newer guys that has just gotten into the game the last 5 or 6 years or so, and I hear not just a recent post that was made about him. I've heard it multiple times over multiple platforms, and I heard Mike Howerton is one of the more, or maybe the most underappreciated guys for what he's done for the community in Arizona.
Yeah, him and Chuck used to run the tour after Dennis Ornder gave it up. They restarted it, revamped it, and
Got it.
whatnot. And it was a hit for a while. Our first couple of events, we're getting 70, 80, 90 players, and that's the most we've ever had in an event because we did the split bracket.
Hmm.
The Bs and Cs and whatnot had a chance to get into the money before they played us higher rated players. And then on the second day, so you're guaranteed money, and then you put them together, and then you're still getting like a 9-5 race or a 10-6 race or whatever it is,
Yep.
but you're in the money, so now you feel more comfortable going out playing because now you have a chance to fight to get in the money before you play us. I think it was the best format to have, and
Yeah.
he did a lot. He
Oh,
still does a lot for Bull.
yeah. And he doesn't talk about it. That's my whole thing. I'm
Yeah.
curious about his background.
Oh yeah.
I
No,
haven't heard
he's
anything.
been around for a long time, and I've known Mike Howerton for many years, and him and Chuck, they try to do stuff, and he just couldn't. It wasn't like all the other tours in other states where like when Oscar was running the Mez, event, he'd get 128 players every stop, and it's all big table. Here, you run a big table, you might get 30 players, 25 players, but once you run a bar table, then you're doubling that
Yeah.
easily. It's just the town just came to playing on bar tables, and it's actually good and bad in a sense.
Yeah, it's bittersweet.
Yeah.
It's good for the bars and but yeah. Anyways, Nick put himself on the board. Looks like Danny's taking an early lead 2-1.
And it's just being comfortable on this table is what it comes down to.
Oh yeah.
If you're not, then you're going to play absolutely horrible.
Oh yeah. Felt decent yesterday. Couldn't make two balls in a row today, but yesterday was good. Can't let it get in your head.
No, for sure not. It's just the balls. I mean, just like the, it's just the same pocket. whatnot, and they're just tighter. That's all. If you hit center pocket on the 4.5s, you're gonna hit center pocket here.
Yep, the center of the pocket's still the same.
Yeah, but a lot of you guys, when you guys shoot balls, you guys like to touch the rail a little bit because
Oh,
that ball goes
on a
in.
bar box on 4.5?
Yeah, but I'm saying
It's a
bar cable,
formality.
yeah, or
That's
good
all
cable,
we do.
yeah. But it's just natural for you guys.
Mhm.
But if you guys actually don't touch the rail, then you guys feel in your mind that you're overcutting the ball because the ball's not going to go in, right? Because you're looking
Yeah.
at it differently.
Hey Brad, this is Justin Ray and Nick DeLeon. I played in this tournament. I'm a measly 620 something, and Nick, well, you've probably heard of him by now.
Oh, just another player in town. So that 4 ball must have gone on the side. If it does, I'm going to come through, possibly run into the 7 or just barely miss the 7. Oh, never mind. He was straight in. I thought he had a good angle.
Yeah, I guess there wasn't that much, huh?
So this is really tough, right? It looks like he's perfect to just roll it in, but it's all about being on the right side. So if I roll it in, I'm literally babying it a lot because I want to stay on that side of the 6 ball. Oh, too much. So now he has to force it. He has to draw straight back, or he has to go forward to be on the side that he wants to be on to get on the 7th. Because if he hits that softer, then he has that angle where if he hits it, then the cue ball comes over to the 7 automatically.
And he showed us he's not afraid to stroke balls.
Yeah, I noticed all as well. Trying to do it for me.
Oh yeah, no, you're good.
Over my last year, just like that,
Oh, one shot.
I realized me slowing down and looking at everything instead of going, oh, this is where I want to be.
Mhm.
Instead of going and walking around the table and looking at everything, that it makes your run out so much easier because now you're on the right side of the ball. You don't have to force anything. You don't have to
Mhm.
go 4 rails or 3 rails or any crazy shots, back cuts with 2 rail shape, right?
Oh yeah.
So I've been playing a lot better consistently running out than making it harder for my runouts to be run out by doing that, slowing down. And I mean, there's a reason why the top 20, 30 players in the world slow down and look at everything. They're not just slowing down to keep you in your chair, you know?
Oh, I know. There's something to be learned from that. Like, I mean, certain players think, I mean, some players think that
No, it's too
they're
easy.
better for the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, this is nothing. I get it. And then all of a sudden they're on their last 3 balls and they got a weird angle from the 7 to get to the 8 or
Yep.
something when they were all hanging. And you're like, how
Yep.
did I get here?
Just like this, he took it for granted, right? He could have went bottom left and drew out 2 rails, or he could have just put more left on it and end up over by the side pocket. And he would have been straight in.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of players out there that like to rush and play, but if they slow down, like yeah, it's going to throw you off for a little bit, but once you consistently do it, your ball making and your running out ability is going to be so much higher because you're going to be on the right side of the ball every time.
Yeah, that's something I had to learn pretty early on. Uh left a shot for Nick here. He cuts these balls really well.
Yes, he does.
I've seen him play enough. This is I mean, I might have just put the curse on him here, but he
Right.
cuts these balls as good as anybody in the tournament.
Oh, you almost did. You almost did.
I
That's what I'm
covered my
saying.
tracks
Yeah,
by
yeah.
talking about it
Yeah.
though.
But that's what I'm saying is that with these pockets, you guys, that speed that he hit it at, if he hits that ball any harder, that ball's not going in, like at
Oh,
all.
no doubt.
But if you smooth stroke the balls in with a lot of English and everything, then those pockets give. They accept the bad ball. But if once you hit it hard, that ball's like, no, you're getting bobbled. No, you're getting bobbled.
Yeah, and the hard thing, for us, I can tell you from an amateur's perspective, and obviously you've been there and you've progressed through it, but from an amateur's perspective, a lot of times I want to put, you have a baseline stroke that you feel more accurate with or more comfortable with consistently. And then as soon as you slow down a little bit with that smooth stroke you're referring to, or as soon as you speed it up, you lose a little bit of that accuracy because we're not as practiced at that pace.
Correct.
And that's where we run into trouble. So a lot of times we stay to that pace, but there's something to be learned there. I think I think it's something we can
about
all
it's
practice
yeah,
on.
100%. It's all about your guys' your follow through, right?
Hmm.
So like for me, like you never see me really hit a ball hard unless I absolutely have to stun a ball over or something, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
I always use the outside of the cue ball, max English on everything, right? Now it's just about my stroke coming through smooth, soft, or smooth, firm, right?
Hmm.
And I had to really learn my or reteach myself because last year at the Brendan Crockett that I'm going to, that's what I'm saying. You guys
That ball goes
touching,
on in
yes,
any table in the
yes,
state. That ball drops.
but touching that right rail,
Except for
that
this
ball
one.
never goes.
Oh yeah, not on this table. Any table in the state, that ball drops.
Correct. So, me playing Federer last year, and I took fourth at the Brendan Crockett last year. I couldn't. I lucky enough, I was on the stream for a little bit. I I watched my replay, and I was like pitching the ball when I was stroking it, like I was jabbing at it, and
Mhm.
not fully stroking through it.
Mhm.
And right after that, I switched my whole entire stroke. And literally, the last couple months, I've been so much more comfortable going through the ball
Oh yeah.
at a slow pace, at a firm pace, like. And you barely have to touch the ball if you use that max English. Like it's just it makes everything so much easier when you fully go through the ball at the right timing, not stop and then go through, you know?
Mhm.
So it's just a lot. But for me, when I was changing my stroke, I got all 15 balls out and I put each ball on a spot and I shot into a pocket. I shot into a pocket. And that's all I did for a month or two is just to get my stroke down. I videoed myself, and as long as I was following through, I did another set of 15, another set of 15.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Something I learned about myself is as soon as you think your fundamentals are good, go ahead and videotape yourself, and you realize
Correct.
you're
Yeah.
absolute.
Yeah, it's different. Like I would have
Like,
never noticed it if I wasn't on the stream last year.
oh yeah.
And my stroke is so much smoother than it's ever been in my life.
I talked to. It was funny. I talked to Philip Salas not too long ago, and I was like, you got a little bit of head movement as you follow through. As he's coming through, he almost always
Yeah.
comes up with the
Uh-huh.
ball a little bit. And I was like, you got a little bit of a. I was like, have you ever watched yourself on video? And he's like, never. I'm like, are you serious? You've played this long and you've never watched yourself? He's like, no. Why would I watch myself? I'm like, I don't know. I guess.
And you want to get better, you watch
Yeah.
yourself,
I was
right?
like, come on, man. Like, and then I was kind of trying to point it out to him. He's like, "Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, dude, we got to clean that up." I'm like, "Yeah, man."
Yeah, but it takes a lot to break bad habits,
Oh,
right?
it does.
It's
Because
like it's the hardest thing to fix, but once you fix it, it is the most satisfying
Mhm.
thing to say that you accomplished it without having a full coach or without you having right. Like I can point something out to you, and then it's your point of I'm going to go work on it and fix it, or I'm just going to stay where I'm at, right? So
good shot.
that's one of those things that you just have to stay focused on. If you want to get better, then of course you fix something, you're going to go backwards before you go forward.
Oh, no doubt. All
Good
right.
out there.
Yeah, that was a good out. Dan looked real comfortable that out. Taking the lead 3-2. He jumped the gun early. I think he got up 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. He jumped up
Yeah.
2-0. Nick came
Yep.
back, and now he's up 3-2.
Yeah. Like when I changed my stroke, I already knew I was going to be overplaying shape, underplaying shape, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I even did it knowing I was going to the European Open right after the Brendan Crockett.
Mhm.
And I still did it. And of course I went 3 and out or 4 and out or whatever it was. But
Yeah.
I had to push myself to fix it. And by doing that, you become a better player by doing it.
Yeah, that was something I realized. I haven't progressed nearly as much as you have. I went from when I was established, I was about a 485, and I jumped to 625 over the years, and I've
No, that's great.
incrementally I've been getting better and better and better every month, every year. But something I realized about getting better and talking to a lot of people say they want to get better, but there's not a ton of people. What you're referring to is not a ton of people that are willing to take one step back to go too forward. They
Correct.
get too
Correct.
frustrated
And then they're done. They go back to their old
yeah,
ways.
they break, you break them down and you say, hey, this is a fundamental that you have to work on, and then they hit 100 balls that way, and they're like, well, I'm not making it as consistently as I used to, and I was like, well,
Well,
and then they resort back. Yeah,
yep.
you're right.
And then they just go back to their old ways, and then that's why they don't get better. That's why you see a lot of players stuck at their spot for the last 4 or 5 years because you tried to help them and they didn't take it out. Like for instance, when I was working with Duncan, right?
Mhm.
There's a reason why he was 5 in a row or whatever in the finals, right?
Mhm.
Is because everything that we learned, and he learned it with me. He learned on the outside of our lesson, right? And that's what it's about. Is that yeah, I can give you diagrams, I can give you all that, and we can do lessons. But if you don't work on it as much as we do in the lesson and outside the lesson, then you're going to be slow to getting it, and you might go back to your bad habits.
No doubt. God. I predict a really good match here.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, these guys aren't here by accident. Danny's obviously played really well to get here, and Nick Klein, I think, in any 650 and under event, I think he's
He was
absolutely
he was another one.
a threat in
He,
anything.
he was another one that was in the finals 3 times with Duncan. So this is a little knowledge right here, right? He tried to punch that around, right? He could have easily hit that ball just a hair thicker and used top left and threw it in, and that would have extended his angle past the 10 ball, and he would have came out 2 rails for the 5 ball. Instead, he hammered it to get past the 10 ball.
Wait, what? Oh, you've
All these guys going in here, huh?
yes, it is hard to be honest with yourself, Mr. Peter Gresh Senior. Pete. I've never called you Pete. You know, I didn't even know your name was Peter. I thought it was Pete. But perfecto. This is Nick De Leon. But yeah, no. Apparently, Peter had Filiberto's or something last night. Not really, but you know, he ate something that was bad, got a stomach bug or something. You know, that's the reason. That's my dad told me that the other day. That's the reason those Mexican joints change their names all the time because they get sued and they have to change it from
All right.
Filiberto's, Federico's, Rolaberto's,
That's
Rola
hilarious.
whatever.
That's hilarious.
It's true, man.
That's
They
funny.
get sued and have to change their name by like two
Well,
consonants.
that sucks. Is they're opening all these high-end Filiberto restaurants. They look like upgrade like Wendy's did.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't have to change the names. I've never eaten it, so I wouldn't know.
Oh,
I like to cook. See, he touched that right side rail.
yep, sure did. Do you think the viewers are sick of us talking about how tough these pockets are? Or you think we should talk about it more? Because these pockets are tight.
Shan fan.
Oh, if that well, even if
Why is that, Chan? You want to hear what they have to say, or is there something else behind it?
I wonder if there's some kind of beef going on.
I know,
there.
right?
I'm not gonna add fuel to that fire.
No.
I don't know. Oh, Nick hit a great shot right there, all
Oh,
the
hell
way
yeah,
down
you
the
did.
rail.
Now just straight top. Come
Yeah,
out 2 rails. You're perfect.
really good shot. This is gonna
Tied
tie
up,
it up.
3 up, 3 up.
Oh, they are the king of second
Oh
place.
my god, that's hilarious. Chan, you're funny. Mr. We called for a while we called him Mr. Silver.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, we were calling Duncan Mr. Silver for a while until he won his first place. I mean, me coaching him at the time, it was a little bit better than, probably somebody else saying it, but I was like, what about Mr. Second or Mr. Silver?
Mhm.
I had a guy at the casino. Every time he was in the marketing, every time he did some marketing, he was always in third place. So he got the nickname as Mr. Bronze, like like only taking third, right? And that was his nickname at the casino. It was hilarious.
Oh, thanks, Tony. Appreciate you, bro.
What's up, Tony? How you doing? To watch those first 2 balls. If he pops it, the balls should go straight to the side pockets. No pop, but he stroked it straight back, so he didn't have to worry about the double kiss with the 1 ball. But that's why the 1 ball didn't come down, because if you're too far, this is the thing, guys. When you're breaking 10 ball and you're too far into the center, your 1 ball will not end up where the 2 ball is. So if you're breaking on the right side and you are too far in, that 1 ball is going to trail down to the middle diamond. But if you're breaking off center, a little bit and you break, the one ball tracks down to the corner pocket and will sit there for you or go in.
Oh, I was always curious about that.
Oh, really? You didn't know that?
No, I heard it was offset, but I thought you broke offset to give yourself a chance to make one of them because when it's symmetrical, they both come short or they
Well,
both come
of
long.
course.
If you're offset a little bit,
Yeah.
if one comes a little high and one comes a little low, it gives you a chance to make one. I didn't know the value in the fact that the one was actually tracking uh, at an angle coming towards it.
Oh,
That's really
100%.
interesting.
So
I didn't know
100%.
that.
So like this here, I'll show you a little diagram I have.
Mhm. Dennis can be forced to shoot a 3-6 combo after this, I imagine.
There you go. So right, the first two balls, that's what
Okay.
they do, right?
Yeah.
The one ball, right? If you're
Okay.
too far in,
Yep.
the one ball's going to come straight down to here, right? And you'll never have a shot unless you
Yep.
get lucky of drawing the ball back, right?
Mhm.
If you're too far out, that one ball will bank 1, 2, and sit here.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's
Yes.
super
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't get me wrong. With the magic rack, you have to adjust a little bit in, out with the cue ball, right? To get
Yep.
the two balls to go. But if they don't, your one ball will never be in this diamond
Oh, that's
shape.
interesting. That's cool.
That's why
I've always done it that way, but I didn't understand the value behind.
yeah,
I've
you'll never have
struggled
shape
to,
for the one ball.
I've struggled to get looks on the one ball.
And
Like
that's
I've
probably why.
I've done a pretty yeah, I've done a pretty decent job of popping the break and making the balls on the side, but I've struggled to get consistently good looks on the one.
Yeah, if you're too far out, it's going to bank one rail down in the middle of the table. If you're too far in, the one ball's just going to come right down where the cue ball was, and
Mhm.
you're going to end up in the end rail. There you go. He has a good angle to come around 3 rails,
Yeah.
but exactly where he's at now. Or he might try to go 4 and go down table. Miss the 10, come around. Oh no. Interesting. This is where you take that extra step. Yes, it's not a bad shot that he's shooting the eighth this way, but if he wraps it with a lot of left hand English, he comes around to the exact same spot where he's at and makes that shot that much easier to get shape. And he
Being
moved
so
a lot.
close, I
Yeah.
think he was on the rail. Being so close to the rail, you don't generally shy away from because it swerves right off the bat when you're
Yeah.
on the rail playing side. You don't
No.
generally shy away from playing a lot of English on that shot.
No.
I
No, because
That just tells me I gotta practice it.
yeah, if you're lined up, you're lined up, right? If
Yeah.
you're not, then you'll butcher it. Just make it you don't scratch. Next one, the last
Wow.
3 games. How do you hit it?
Wow.
Solid.
He hit it great, Nick.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a really good shot there.
Yeah, we weren't gonna say anything other than that before.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, these guys have made it too far. I don't want to dictate their faith by saying they're gonna make it.
Yeah.
I'm messing with these guys' fortunes here.
People.
Nick is no stranger to winning these events.
No, not at all. The pressure, I feel like that maybe being on a tighter table that
Mhm.
might get to him, but as in his nerves and everything to play in wise, I don't think it bothers him. He's been in the finals too many times, especially last year with Duncan.
Yeah, one of the most mentally disciplined guys that I personally know. This amateur tour.
You know what I'm saying? The cue ball going forward,
Mhm.
right? It just doesn't do anything for you.
Yeah, I like to I mean, my goal, and when I'm practicing, I generally like to either squat it or bring it back a little bit. But
No,
I've
no,
ran.
that's the whole point is popping it, bringing it back past the side pocket.
Hmm.
If you end up around the side pocket, then you have the
Yeah.
interference of the four railer hitting the cue ball, and that's what happened to you a couple times
Yeah.
because you broke good, but you had that four railer that went around and the two ball kicked your cue ball down table.
Seriously?
Yep.
You gotta be kidding me, dude.
No, you popped it really good. You stopped it and everything. It was great. And then the two ball came around and you would have had perfect shape on the one ball, but your the two ball four railer came around and kicked your cue ball down table.
So, okay. Oh my God. So I'm breaking and I have to look at the four rail
Yeah,
two ball
yeah.
to
Or
prevent
the three ball, whatever it
to
is.
disrupt my, yeah, the two or the three to
Correct.
disrupt my cue ball.
Yeah, so you'll have to hit them a little harder or a little softer with the pop to adjust that.
See, that's hard.
Or,
If I hit it softer or harder, I found a good speed where I was making a ball, but I wasn't getting a consistent look on the one, which
look
was
now,
value to
but
me because I could take control of the table, but I never had a
but now with
great
my
look on the one in my
information,
pocket.
if your one ball's ending up on the end rail, it's because you're doing two things. You're too
Hmm.
far in or you're too far out.
Hmm.
So when I start on any table, diamond table, Brunswick, brass, and whatever, I always start middle and I move a ball and a half to two balls to the left or right, and that's
Hmm.
where I start. And then I'll adjust when I need to for where my one ball's ending up. If I'm making my one ball, then I'm gonna move my ball out just a little bit more because I want it to hit the rail to be in that little square diamond, the diamond.
You hurt my head.
Oh, how do you like this shot? Play the four ball into the rail, off the six, into the side pocket, and then you'll have perfect shape on the five ball.
That's, for if you've never played that, it might be a little tough to
Yeah,
judge,
I
but
think Danny sees it. I think he sees it. He's looking at it.
oh yeah, he's
Oh
battling that.
no, he's
Yeah,
playing safe.
I think he saw it, but he was battling the
Yeah.
devil on his
See?
shoulder,
Oh,
saying,
that's a good shot right
yeah,
there.
he's battling the devil on his shoulder that said, "Oh, this might not be the right shot,
Right?
but it looks cool and
Don't
it's
be
sexy."
Anton.
Oh, that was a
It
brutal.
was so brutal. Yeah. I mean, Anton was up 8-6, and then he comes back, or he's up 8-6. David comes back 11-8, and then he goes 12-11 Anton, and then 12-12, and then he's running out and he misses that billiards. Oh,
Did you like playing it off that, or
I
you?
don't- okay. The reason why I don't like playing off of it, I thought he could cut it in there with just going in.
I heard the sides were playing specifically tight that day or today.
Yeah,
I don't know, and that's what
but
the
for
word on the street.
yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, but okay, I'll give you a little insight. When it comes to semifinals and matchroom ranking events, did you know that they refelt the bed of the table? So
Seriously, you're playing on
every
slick
yes,
cloth
yes,
every single time?
yes.
The further you make it, the slicker the cloth gets.
No, it's the same. It's the same. You know, the guys are used to it. That's all they play on.
Oh yeah,
The Euro Tours is brand new cloth every time.
that's crazy.
Yeah, they're all used to it. The only people that are not used to it is us Americans. If we don't travel around the world, we're not used to it because we're used to playing on
Oh yeah,
this
no
dirty
doubt.
cloth, dirty balls, nothing clean, nothing anything. But once you get used to it, you love it. You love it better than playing here. You you stroke the ball easier. The balls accept better because you're playing on new
Mm-hmm.
cloth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Semifinals was when I was out there in the UK in the Worlds. When I got down to the four, 6 players, that night we're all taking off and all the guys started coming out and ripping up the cloth and everything and refelting it. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe it. I was like, what? And
Oh
she's
yeah.
like, Emily loves it. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't have seen any of the Kachi marks on the table. When I saw him, he got out of the hospital. I made a post. I said, "Well, I go glad everything's working out, and you got out of the hospital. Hopefully, speedy recovery." I go, "Well, good news for everybody else at the European Open. The refs will not be telling you to break harder."
Yeah. Right.
That's a good out by Danny.
Yeah.
4-4. 4-4. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh.
Woo!
Ooh, baby.
Man, he walked around
Man,
there like,
draw that ball. Draw into the second rail.
yep, I like that too. But I like putting a comfortable stroke on it, like I don't know. Well, 4-4. Like I
Yep.
said, we got a ball game, boys.
Race to 3.
I forecast and force.
Hill Hill.
Maybe Hill, but more so, I foreshadow a really good finals. I think that one's gonna be good.
Yeah, for sure. I
Because
believe I believe the person that's in the hot seat gets a game on the wire from either one of these guys.
right. No. No, Mike's playing good though. He what is this rating? 6-0 something?
Yeah, 603.
Yeah.
So he gets at least yeah, he'll get a game. Oh no, if Manny
No,
wins, he'll play even. But if Nick wins, he'll get a game on the wire.
no, it's every 35 points.
Yeah, he got a game on the wire. He's a
Mhm.
602 or 60 whatever. But yeah, it was a
That's not
7-6 race.
that's not a 35. No, I think it was
Yeah, it was a 7-6 race. I guarantee it.
when the last guy
I'll
he
even
played?
make a bet. Yeah, with you. Yeah, because Nick lost and he had to go to 6.
Ooh, I don't know. What? Look at it. Check the bracket. I think that's fake news.
Really? Really? Okay, check the bracket. If I
Okay.
dogged it, I'll call Melina
Okay.
Mike right now.
I'm such a big fan of his, dude.
Yeah.
One day I want to shake his hand. He actually sold me my shaft.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
selling what is it, a 314 third generation or whatever. And I messaged him. I'm like, I want it right now. And he's like, all right, cool, man. And he was super nice. I just told him, like, yeah, I appreciate everything you do for the whole community and everything you do for us. And you're awesome. Thanks for keeping us posted. And he's like, that's why I do it, man.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, you're messing with me, man.
No, bro. I swear I saw 7-6, unless it was false input, but it was 7-6 on the
That's fake
stream.
news.
Look at the old stream. Don't even look at the bracket. Look at the stream.
I'm not gonna look at the bracket.
Look at the stream. Here we go,
I think he
Danny.
was on the 600. Is Mike not in the 600s?
I don't know. I just saw a 7-6 race with
I
Nick.
thought Mike was okay. Well, you could be right. Yeah, Mike's a 604. He's a 604 and he won 7-2.
Oh, well, then it was wrong on here because we'll have to
Yeah.
check the stream because I literally, when I was looking at it, it said
Mhm.
7-6, and I was like, oh, he gets a game on the wire.
He done goofed, man.
No. We're going back on the old stream. We're gonna check that out. See if I double dogged it. Was it AZ pool 15, right?
Yeah, that's the immediate spot. I know Tim shared it to his page.
So, nope, Danny and Nick 7-7. Which one? I can't even find it.
At the top.
No, I know, not ours.
Oh.
No, I'm talking like it's an old one.
Oh, you know what? Sometimes I think when they're posted, they might take a little bit. It might be on YouTube.
That's what I'm checking. I'm like, I need to see if my eyes were bad. Uh,
He's going after the 10 here, Nick.
Hey, that's not bad.
It's a four ball might run into trouble down there. At least leaving it long for sure.
Yeah. It was a two-way shot, right? Try to play safe at the same time, right?
Yeah. I'm just I've played Nick enough. Every single time I take a chance, it seems like I'm buried
Okay, I
afterwards.
double dogged it. It
Oh,
was
you
seven.
doubled it.
So,
Oh man.
oh, that's what I was looking at. Look at up top, up top, the table above. Danny and
Oh,
Eric were
yeah.
7-6.
Yeah, no. No, I know he's in the 600s and it's every 35 points.
I double dogged it.
Double dogged it. Eric Beaver was 6. Thanks, Rich.
Thanks. That's what it was. I wasn't over commentating, no, but
Eric had himself a pretty good tournament for being a
oh, for sure.
572.
Yeah, the guy
He's
pockets the balls, and plus he plays Monday night over at Metro, so he's kind of used to the big table,
Yeah.
part.
he's
Oh, what a bank!
oh yeah. No, I think Eric's one of those guys. Not a ton of people know him, but he's a bit of a silent killer. And
Yeah.
his ball pocketing is really good when he's
Yes.
playing well. Sometimes I don't want to say he takes breaks from the game, but sometimes it seems like he's more ambitious
Yeah.
some months than others.
So
It seems like.
I'm drawing this ball out.
How does that
Bottom
does-
left.
how does
I'm
that
gonna hit
8-10
8.
fit?
It's almost dead end.
Oh, so he's
He might get
Close.
past it. If he gets past it, okay, he get past it. He went around. See, that's why I didn't like that, because you run into the 7th. But a little bit more English, he gets around that. That's what I'm saying. Using the max of the cue ball changes everything for you. So now you just have to make it, and you just need to be on this side of the 8 ball that he's on right now. He's drawing to the in rail, back out. Good
Pretty
shot.
good.
Good shot.
it's like that's gonna put that's well.
No,
I don't want to say anything. If
yeah.
it's offset,
It's offset
this
a
could
little bit.
rattle. This, especially on this table, this could rattle. But
Yeah. There
Good
you go.
shot.
Good shot.
all right, that's gonna bring him up 5-4. Danny on 5.
See if you can hold it.
Danny's played well in this tournament. I haven't seen him in a ton of tournaments recently,
Yeah.
and it's kind of cool to see him come out of the woodworks and just come out firing on all cylinders.
Right? He said he's been working on a new method as well and everything too. So
Oh, yeah?
we were talking earlier. He was asking me about my banking system. I said I
Mhm.
use the same thing that Federer uses, where you find the angle from one side of the diamonds to the other side of the diamonds that go into the side pocket, let's just say, in your banking.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just parallel over shift to the object ball that you're banking, and you use a little bit of running English, and you just pretty much that's your mark to hit now to make it. And at first, it threw me off for a while, but it really improved my banking by a lot.
Yeah, Federer's a freak of nature.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking, and I was trying to find out what he's using and whatnot. And he's like, "That's all I do." I'm like, "That's simple."
Yeah, right.
You find it and like and I thought he had a whole system like the shaft method or whatnot, and all he does is parallel over, a little running English, and I'm like, okay. So I started doing it, and I started nailing my one railers, two rail. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was a bit discouraging when it's there's I've asked
Oh,
around.
cute. Oh, I'll go back. I know where it's at.
There you
I have
go.
the system at home. Not advances your guys', but
Oh, you're telling me that? I don't even know what this is.
oh, really?
Yeah, no, Peter just color codes. If you haven't noticed, there's tape on all of this. He color codes it because I'm a bit of a caveman. I I can't even spell my name, but he just set all this up, man, and I just click on the buttons and I follow the instructions he told me, and we got a stream.
That's good.
But if anything goes wrong, we run into a serious problem.
Right?
Well, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm gonna have to ditch you for just a
You're
minute.
good.
I gotta run away for just a second. I'll see you. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, guys. Just me. I'm solo right now. So I'm gonna use running English, come around 2 rails, and play the 4 ball in the same pocket. Just like that. Get off the rail, get off the rail so you don't have to jack up. Here you can go forward and come back out to where the 4 ball is at with the cue ball and be straight in on the side pocket. Or you can stun over, whatever you prefer. But just make sure you cross over so you're good. Oh, you might overthrew it. Oh, good shot by Nick, seeing that coming in between the 6 and the 9. Now it's all about just making it with a little top, smooth speed. Don't rush it. Now use a little bit of, you can go straight top here, or you can use a little bit of inside to come out. So you can play the 2 rails on the 9 ball. Use the both side rails. Just like that. It's perfect angle. Top left, hit the side rail, back over to where he's at, and have perfect shape on the 10 ball. A little hard. Didn't go long enough, but might be fine. He didn't use enough left to break off of that first rail to go longer out. It came up short and he hit it hard. That's just out of frustration, I think, with Nick. He's upset that he didn't get perfect and get out of there. So he just hurried up and thinned it, taking his time and making sure he barely thinned that ball, and the ball barely moved. Instead, Danny has a shot to get on the hill now.
All right, I am back. Oh, you missed it. Left a good look for Nick. Could tie it up 5-5 here with a good shot.
You miss it, you got to miss it pro level.
Yeah.
I
Oh, what a
hit it
good
dead
shot.
on.
Yeah, he does that well. Sometimes it gets me in trouble. Sometimes when I'm unsure of myself, I favor the pro side and I hit that point and it rattles up and I'm sitting there, I'm
Yeah.
like, why didn't I just focus on making it?
Yeah.
But there is a safe element to it.
But like if this was the table,
Mhm.
Nick came up short, right? 10 ball was here.
Yep.
He didn't put enough on it, so it came up short and he was long like this. It was an angle.
Yep.
Shoot the 10 ball. So he got frustrated. He just got down and thinned it, and that's when the 10 ball ended up there. But really, if he took his time and he went to thin it, that ball should have been on this end rail, and the cue ball should have been on the other side of the table.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Danny should have never had a shot. But that's just another mental part of just like relaxing and just finding out what the best solution is to help you to win. Because I could have easily put him on the hill, and then now he's down hill 4. Instead, it's 5-5.
Got old Nick finding finding a collared shirt in the back of his wardrobe. I talked to him a little bit. He's not one to dress up. I think that's kind of funny. I'm just giving him a hard time because I know him. I know him pretty well.
Well,
But
this break is perfect, but in all tours, I feel like there should be a dress code.
oh yeah,
I mean, it helps out with the sponsors. It helps out with possibly more sponsors. It makes you look professional when you're
yeah.
out, and you could possibly get sponsorship by if you play well and you do that. See on that ball right there, he used so much inside English he didn't need to. He just needed to use a little bit of right with top, and it just come right down, and he would never been hooked here. These are the opportunities you have to take advantage of.
Oh, he hit a good, great shot,
Made it
good
perfect.
recovery.
Yes, good recovery. Now this is the shot.
It's something I've learned about pool. Once you get a little out of line, you almost have to hit twice as good of a shot to get back in line.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying is knowing where you look and where you need to be on the ball before you shoot.
This is a good match, Nick. This is exciting. Didn't quite hit the ball quite a bit too full there. About as quick as I've seen Nick approach a ball thus
Yeah.
far. He
Just
got
out of
down on that pretty
frustration.
quick.
Yeah.
I think that ties into him getting hooked on that. It was either the 4 or the
Yeah.
5 in the side. I think he was a bit frustrated there, and then when he had a tough look on the 6 to get to the 7,
Yeah.
may have rushed it a bit.
Yeah. So right here I'm back cutting this 6 ball into the first diamond with top right. So the ball bounces and sits by the 7, and the cue ball stays on the other end of the table. All right, he went that route. I don't like that as much because you only have the. I mean, Nick has to put a good shot here, but in my opinion, I'm going to cross bank this ball.
I'm sorry. I'm completely jinxing Nick here when I say this, but it seems like these are the shots that he excels at. It seems like he usually comes with these when they mean the most. It's a really tough shot. He's got to play it with pace to get back for the 7. Yeah. I've seen
It's a
him.
tough shot for sure.
It's a very tough shot. I've seen him rise to the occasion on those shots all tournament long.
It looks like he has a good angle. I'm going to jack up and I'm going to draw. All you're doing is trying to draw at the side pocket. If you draw at the side pocket, you have automatic shape, so you don't have to go multiple rails.
Yeah. And you don't have to get all the way down for the 7 either. You got a good look on this anywhere near the 10, really.
Yeah. I mean, he hammered it, but I'm drawing into the rail because I want to use more rail.
Yeah, Danny likes to stroke the ball.
So you're going to use a lot of inside here. You're going to use a little bit of, oh, he's going around the world. That's interesting. Good shot, but I would have slow rolled it.
Yeah,
Good stroke, though.
Yeah, he really likes to let that stroke loose when he can.
Yeah.
It's his own personal style. I got to commentate with George Teixeira a little while back, and it was really interesting. He said something really he's like when you commentate on the pros, he's like they all do the same thing, and they generally they take a pretty similar pattern all the time. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah.
It's like, but generally they take a similar pattern all the time, so they're easy to commentate. It's like with these amateur events, he's like they all have their own personal style almost, and they have their way of playing certain shots. He's like just kind of interesting. You saw a little bit of it there.
Yeah.
Uh, looks like this one's gonna put Nick on the hill. One good shot away.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, everybody that's betting on Nick. I apologize. That was 100% my fault. That wasn't his doing. Not the worst spot to leave the 10 in the world, but
No, not at all.
what?
I think he's
Knowing
gonna
Danny,
make
he'll
it.
back cut bank this and at least try to. Oh, he tried to cut it. Wow. And he really likes to be aggressive on those shots. I'm not saying anything, Nick. I'm not even thinking anything. Sorry, guys.
On that ball, he might have been elbow though. Bank it up, bank it to the inner and leave the cue ball, so he's banking a ball.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna put him on the hill. He got
Yep.
away. He missed it. Got away with it.
Yep.
Both players going to 7. Nick on 6. Danny on 5. I think Danny was up 2-0 before Nick could breathe, and he's come back and closed the gap here. Ah, it's a good match, Nick. I love this stuff. This is why I like commentating a lot because if I'm not here, I'm sweating it from the side and
No, for
I
sure.
get all giddy, I'm like,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
I like and I personally know both these players. They're both good guys.
Yeah, just sometimes you have to pull the trigger, sometimes you don't. But
Mhm.
for me, if I'm playing, I mean, you kind of have to play the rating as well, right?
Yeah.
Or you know, you can possibly get another chance if they bank it straight and they make it straight in. But that 4-roller, that 2 ball coming back and popping, moving the 2 ball.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe before I get out of here, need well, I'm gonna have to work. I'm gonna have you work with me on that. That's interesting. I've never looked at it that way. I've studied the rack a little bit, but not more so just giving me a good look on the one, trying to bring my cue ball back with the one, but not getting a consistent look. But there's a better way to go about it. I'm all ears.
Yeah, no, for sure. So if I'm pushing out here, I'm gonna push out and put the 4 ball on the rail. By the 9, I'm gonna put my cue ball on the rail. If you tie up more balls, you get more opportunity at the table.
Mm-hmm. Here you guys can see it on the stream. This is the semifinals. This is for third, second. Loser taking third. It's a loser side match. Loser taking third. Winner going on to the finals, having a double dip. Mike Dickinson over there, who's just played good all week. A little wide.
Now this table's pretty open. That's what I was saying. Like when you push out, you tie up that ball, and now you know that Danny's not going to get out. But now the table's wide open. Now Danny has a perfect opportunity to get out.
Yeah. A good chance. What would you say? The 3 to the 4 is the big problem here?
Now the 4 ball goes past the 9, or you can play it past.
Oh, the 4 goes by. I didn't know the 4 went by the 9. I thought you'd have to go on the side and get steep on.
This might be bad. Oh no, he's good. So he can come out 2 rows. He can go. He can get around to play it in the side pocket if he needed to, but he's perfect. Overdone it.
Yeah, a little steep there.
Now he's gonna have to soft draw or make it and go back and forth. Just like that. There we go. That's Danny.
Wow, that's a really good shot
Really
there.
good shot. That's what I was talking about, back and forth. Now, do you play it short or do you go long and play the 6 ball in the side pocket? And he
Oh,
misses out.
you gotta make the ball first. Nah, when I'm nervous, I generally try to play more shape so I don't have to shoot a ball, and I don't know. It's a bad habit, but when I get nervous, I tend to leave myself shape for the sides because the pockets play bigger. But when I'm comfortable or earlier in the set, I don't mind shooting them in the corners. But on this table specifically, it's a tough decision. I wouldn't even consider that. I wouldn't even consider the side if I'm playing on a bar box.
Oh, no, for sure. Just you'll go past it. Tough for him. He has to clear the 10. That's the tough part. Clearing the 10 ball.
Yeah, and this 6 is no walk in the park either. I've seen too many of these missed
Top
today.
max top left. Come around 3 rows. It's hard to go the other way, not run into the 10 ball.
Yeah.
Or you can send the 6 ball around 4 rails. That's what I'm talking about right there. Send the 6 ball around 4 rails and play safe. That's another way you could do it. Yes, sir. JJ, when are we going to play some one pocketto? I'm learning the game a little bit.
This could do it, Nick. He's on the hill.
Yep.
This could send him to the finals, a rematch between Mike Dickinson and Nick. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Oh,
You
That
got
was so
nervous and
close
it
to the
was.
left. That was so close to the left side of the pocket.
Oh my gosh. This should do it here.
yeah.
Great shot. Good tournament, Danny. Good to see.
I don't know what the right way it is. I don't play one pocket. I'm learning. I literally play it maybe once a year at the Texas Open. That's it.
Yeah. I hear you hustling, Nick. I hear
No,
you.
no, no. I'm telling you, Brett, Mitch, all those guys play better one pocket than I do. All I know how to do is make balls. The moving part is the hardest part for me. I get bored, especially when the balls get pushed up table.
Oh yeah, that's hard. Man, I don't play. I want to get into it, but I told myself I either I'll start playing one pocket when I hit 650 or I reach age 50. I'm not one or the other is gonna happen.
I said when I started getting gray hair, but I don't have a lot of it. So
It looks like age 50 is coming first.
no, I just know that's all. A lot of people will play me as one pocket out here. So, and no, I'm not talking about the higher guys. I'm just saying in general, the 640s, 650s, 680s, whatnot, 690s. So
Well,
I've been learning.
I guess I gotta adjust this to finals. We got the finals next. I think they're gonna take a couple minutes before we start the next match, but we got Nick Klein and Mike Dickinson playing. Nick has to double dip Mike.
Yep.
That'll be a fun match to watch. You hanging around for that one, Nick?
Yeah. I should be
Cool,
here.
man. That's awesome. I really appreciate you stepping in. It's hard to do by yourself. I
No,
so
I don't got this. I don't like one pocket. I just choose to play because that's what a lot of people want to play, but I hate it.
All right, so we're gonna stretch our legs a little bit for a couple minutes while we get this started. This is the finals. Once again, Nick does have to double dip Mike, and it's a bit of a rematch. And I think I foresee a good matchup here. So we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in. All right, we are back in the action. If you're just tuning in, I know I've said it a hard time. Sorry for those that were have to hear it over and over again. This is the finals playing Mike Dickinson, a 604, playing Nick Klein, 633. There's less than a 35-point difference, so this is a straight race to 7. Nick does have to double dip Mike. Nick's no stranger to double dipping, but Mike has been playing very well. He's the one that knocked Nick to the backside, so I foresee a pretty good matchup here. I think I'm gonna have Nick DeLeon come back in the booth here in a little bit. I think he's making his rounds, saying hi to everyone in the pool hall. Yeah, Tito said shout out to Danny Turman finishing third. He's haven't seen him play in a lot of tournaments recently. It's really cool for him to come out of the woodworks and finish third in an event like this. I know firsthand how difficult these tournaments are. He played really well. Happy for him. Kurt Siebels, what's up, man? A little upset that you ditched us. The jokes just haven't been the same without you, Kurt. Looks like Nick's trying to kick 2, maybe even 3 rails at this one. Really just looking for a good hit here. Tough shot. Oh, what a shot. Good hit. Judged that very well. Now Mike's got a similar shot to what he just hit. He had just overcut the one. Maybe he can make the adjustment the second go around. Yeah, hit the first one thin, hit the second one thick. Maybe a bit of overcompensation from the first time around. Long walk home. Good hit there. In a perfect world, he was trying to use that 8-5, hit the one on that bottom rail, but didn't quite get there. Still hit it well. Left him long. Never a bad idea on these tables. For that very reason. Looks like Nick DeLeon is making his way to the booth, so I won't be alone. A save coming here from Nick. You'd be pretty disappointed in that one. He had a lot of balls to hide behind and just leaked out. Really wanted to force him to jump or at least kick at that ball. He had enough room to work with, but didn't quite get there. Pretty good save there. Don't know if the 10 got him or not. Looking at the camera, it doesn't look like it got him, but I mean, it looks like you got him, but looking at the table, I think you can see this one. Looking at body language, let's see what Mike gives us here. Pretty slow to get down on it. Tells me it's. Oh, he had it. Nick will try and draw this ball over to the side rail and shoot a 2-3 combo next. Yeah. Get there. 3 ball makes that pocket place pretty big. Hit it well and freed up the 5-8. Don't know if 5 was a problem beforehand, but if it was, it isn't now. Good shot there. His mentality wasn't so much to get a good look on the 2 to make it, and just really prioritizing leaving a look on the 2 to play safe afterwards. Even if he calls a pocket, it'll be a bit of a two-way shot. It won't be his full intention to make it. Just calling straight safe here. Yeah, Mike had a lot of balls to work with there to play safe. Decent shot. If Nick chooses to jump at this ball, if he doesn't, he's looking like he might have a gap. Well, Nick's looking at kicking this ball. I think the jump is the high percentage play here, unless the 5-8 is where the cue ball wants to land. But he's going with the kick. I personally like jumping at that 2 just because it's a higher percentage play for myself. It's not, doesn't mean it is for him. He's a really good kicker. I've talked to him a little bit, and he prefers to kick when he can. Justifiably so, though. He kicks like a mule. I believe Danny Turman was not in the sides, and I don't think Mike Dickinson's in the side pots. So there's a bit of a trickle down effect for side pot money that goes back to the players. I think is what Tim said. The ones that cashed, or at least 5th, 6th, and above, maybe a little lower. Have to get with him on that. But sure, Mike might be kicking himself a little. If he takes this one down, he might be kicking himself a little bit for not getting on the side, if that is true. Tough shot here. He got a. Oh, he hit it great. Don't want to get straight. Don't want to get straight. Don't want to get. No, he's got an angle. Yeah, he'll be kicking himself if he wins this thing. I don't know what happened to Nick. He came over here. He dropped off his drink and ran away. He'll be here soon. Till then, you guys are stuck with me. Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but these pockets are tight. All right. Had the boss man come over and yeah. Are you hopping back in, Nick?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm in. I'm back. I had to take care of some things.
Have to do some cool
Uh-oh.
700 Fargo stuff.
No.
That's
Wait, Kirk. Kirk. Is that Kirk? Kirk? I forgot.
oh yeah, that's Kurt.
Okay.
He was here earlier.
Long walk home. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're kind of going back and forth in the chat a little bit. He
No, I just didn't know how to spell his last name, so I was like, I wasn't sure that was him.
sounds like he didn't know his last name.
No,
I'm just kidding.
I didn't know. I didn't know how to spell it or pronounce it. To tell you the truth.
Oh, how'd he get it? Get it great.
Perfect.
G-Wall's gonna come off the rail a little bit. Set up great. Good shot.
Really good shot. He used to be a really good player back in the day, like 10, 15 years ago.
What do you say? He's not good anymore, Nick?
No, I'm not
No,
saying
I'm
that at all.
kidding.
Just saying that he played a lot better, like an old school player.
Oh yeah. No, it's I'm a bit embarrassed to admit I'm one of the newer guys to the game, but I was a bit embarrassed to admit I was talking to Kurt. I was like, I haven't seen a whole lot of Mike's game, and he's like, what are you talking about, man? He's been playing for years, and
Yeah.
how do you not know him? Well, still pretty new, but he's a good shot.
Yeah. Great tournament by Danny as well. Danny had a hell of a tournament.
Yeah, he did. Shout out to him. Congrats, Danny.
He's working on some stuff, and anytime you try to change stuff in your game, you go backwards or you go forward. And right now, it looks like it's all working out for him. Just stay focused and keep pushing.
All right. Mike taking an early lead, 1-0.
Bless you.
I'm sorry, dude. I couldn't.
That was quick.
Yeah, no, it came out of nowhere. I'm glad I knew to mute it. I mean, you probably heard it on the other mic, but my gosh. Oh, look at that. Hooked him on the one. For those that don't know, there is a 3 foul in this tournament. It really
Oh,
hasn't
there you
been
go.
hasn't been utilized too much on this pit table. I only had
Good hit.
one myself. I had one against me and I had one myself. But I think at this level with all these guys and most of them being in the 600s that are left, oh, that was a
Good
good
shot.
great shot. But they can all kick, jump, and get out of tough safeties, so not gonna see a ton of
Here
3 fouls here.
Here you go. Here's the shot. Put the 2 ball on the middle diamond on the in rail with left-hand English and play the cue ball between the 6 and the 8 and hide behind the 8 and the 9. Yeah, that's a good shot, but the 5 and 7's tied up. Trying to find out what he's gonna do with it.
Yeah. A tough spot down there. Can't tell if that 5 passes that 7 or not. May be able to run into it if he chooses to do so, but of course we are playing on one of, if not the toughest table in the state. Nick hit it good.
This is hard because if you hit it, you might be able to break out the.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that's what you didn't want to do.
Yeah, the rack doesn't lay particularly super easy from here, but yeah, you're right. Breaking out that made it that much more accessible.
Yep.
I didn't want to clip the 7. Now he's got a long 6 on it.
Yep. Soft draw. Just like that. Soft
Oh,
draw.
I hit it great.
Hit it perfect.
Really good stroke there. Generally, I think Tim writes out the check in the background. He won't do that this one because, oh, my goodness. Heck.
Wow. That's what he did the first set with him. He
Yeah.
missed an 8 ball, missed a 10 ball, missed a 7 ball.
I'm not gonna pretend like it's an easy shot on these tables, but those have come to haunt him a little bit. I think that's what happened the first set around playing him earlier. Had a few late mistakes that cost him. Just like that. But no, what I was saying is generally Tim writes out the check in the background, but I don't think Mike is in all the sides, so he doesn't have a proper amount to write on the check just yet. I think first without the sides is 1100.
Yeah.
With the sides it's 1890.
Ooh.
Still should be all right. He's a little steep on the ball.
So Dominic Dunn made a post about the video being raced at 2, right? In the finals today.
Mhm. Yeah.
And Federer commented like, I would run out, but miss the 9 ball. I'm like, oh, only Federer.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then
at
he's
least
all-
he can laugh about
Yeah,
it.
no, for sure. And then he's all, I've never seen anybody else jump up as much as Anton. And it's true. I've never seen it either. People jump up like that other than Junior Cardozo.
Yeah.
But on a professional level, it's crazy. What is? Oh,
no.
I thought he hit it perfect. Nick got away with one. This ain't easy, but
No, this is a tough shot. Nick's happy to have it,
Yeah.
but it's not
like he's going for the side.
not a hanger. Oh, he hit it great. What a shot, Nick.
Smooth sailing.
Yep, that's gonna tie it up 1-1. Mike misjudged that, like cut just a little bit. Hit a
Yeah.
little bit too heavy.
Well, he didn't stun the 9 ball over far enough. But I think he wanted just to stop it
Mm-hmm.
for the side pocket and went too far over.
Yeah. I particularly like Nick's breaks when he can keep that when he can control his cue ball. He's had some pretty good success making a couple balls on the break.
Yeah.
He's got a good pop on the cue ball.
That's not bad. That's not going to be good.
Yeah, a little wide. A little wide on those on the 2 second balls in the rack, and a little wide of the sides. Made the 4-railer on the 3. But ended up scratching, bringing his cue ball down table. Rack plays pretty good. Five's tough being on the rail, but what do you see here, Nick?
9 ball, but I like to go. I don't like to go that way because the 9 ball's so big. I like to put the cube on the other side and go to the side row and back out in the middle of the table. If you can get by that 9, it's going to be okay. That's not bad. Stop. Play the 4 ball in the same pocket. Interesting. Now you can cut this ball in the side pocket off the 6, then you can run into the 5 ball with draw.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just don't want to lose the 5, right?
You don't want to hit it hard, but yeah. Well, the 5 ball, if you hit it thick, it's going to bank into the 8, right? It's not going to fully take off, but it's only going to do it if you hit it thin.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Going straight high ball here. He's trying to miss all of it. No, then maybe that was his intention there.
Interesting.
Yeah, tough spot. Really don't mind this shot on any of the tables behind us, but this one's a little bit more difficult on this table.
I don't know, too thick.
Yeah.
Good job by Nick. Good stroke.
Yeah. Hit it well.
Take advantage of it.
Do you think he plays a 6 on the side and the 7 on the side, or you think he goes all the way down with the 6?
Depends on if he's flat, he might play the 6 ball in the side pocket and roll up for the 7 ball in the side pocket. 2, if he has an angle where he's not back cutting the 7 ball, I think that's the best option.
The 6 is pretty easy in the
Yeah,
side. So
yeah.
you're
Float
going.
it. Yeah, you're gonna float it and play and then you can play.
Oh, look at Nick.
Much English.
Oh, and he got away with it.
You got lucky. Just so you make it and you float it with top. This is what I'm gonna help Nick with. You make it and you stroke it like a max English but smooth, and the cue ball is gonna track to the 10 ball, and you'd have the 7 ball in the side pocket instead of going like that. He just got unfortunate that he had a good bump.
That was initially what I saw, but maybe
The true double too, right?
yep, true double elimination.
Doing max left hand English. I'm coming around 2 rails for the 10 ball closest pockets to us. Like that.
Oh, gimme here, but not saying nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, he hit it great. Good shot.
shot. Good out.
Yeah, that was a good out.
He forced a lot of stuff that he didn't have to force, but he made the good shots to do it.
Yeah, that's gonna put Nick up 2-1. Obviously, both players going to 7.
I'm surprised they haven't banned you from the chat.
I'm not gonna lie, we've had to ban maybe a couple people from the chat.
I thought he would be on the list.
Yeah, no, I guess he's been on his best behavior or something, but
wow, that's a Matt. Wow, I'm shocked. Sometimes they just let it scrub in whenever they can.
yeah.
Or did he change his username and jump in? That's probably what happened. Multiple accounts.
Yeah, right. I've been good lately. That's hilarious.
Well, that's good. Hopefully Santa Claus brings you good stuff. Oh, look at this.
Did he call that though? I mean, I thought that was going.
Hey, also, you think the age difference is going to play a factor?
I will tell you what, I mean, you've obviously played your fair share of events. They're
Okay, but
It's not a
different.
factor.
But no, it's different because like everything that I had to deal with this week with my wife playing and the waiting and the waiting and the waiting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was like, "Why were you so worn out when you played the finals at JJ's?" I go, guys, when I show up overseas or I show up to a pro event, we played 2 matches, maybe 3, and we're done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
I go, there's no 6-hour, 5-hour, 10-hour wait. I go, we play our 2 matches and we get a day to rest and a day to go home. So I'm not used to this. So this of grinding I wasn't used to it. I play a lot, yes, but this grinding is really really real. Huh? Oh,
Let me I'll fill you in. Rich Haynes wanted to buy her some salsa,
yeah.
and she was just curious if he was still in the chat. I'm not smart enough to figure out who's in the chat, so that's out of my expertise. But I've tried that before.
Nothing here.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I'm sure. I mean, Peter would find it in
Yeah,
point
no,
zero
yeah.
seven eight seconds.
No, for
but-
sure. If he's in here, you just let me know and we can, take care of it and I can get her some of the lion smoked salsa. It's a hot item. It's going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but to touch on what you're saying, I think I don't think fatigue is not an issue. I don't want to say an issue, but not a factor. Like
Yeah.
it's
Oh, it's good. It's just like
these are long
shave your-
events.
Yeah.
These are long events. A lot of pool playing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell the twins. It's like, man, I go, when you guys have time to rest, you rest. You sit, you relax, and then like maybe 45 minutes before you play, you hit some balls. But you don't sit here and hit balls for several hours and then you go play in the turn you go play your match and then you're like worn out or whatnot. I go, you need to rest your legs and your feet.
Yeah. That's one of the twins passes now. You hear about that? One of the twins messed up the other twin.
No, I'm not gonna get into that.
Oh, I like to give them a hard time. They're one of my closest friends.
Yeah.
They well, Dar, I was like, you're gonna let that shrimp bust you up, man?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, here, you can bank it and go around 3 rows, or I like this. Thin it, cut it into the first diamond, and it'll end up on the end rail with top right, and top right, and you'll go 3 rows behind the 8 and the 9. Oh, so you went this way, right? Same thing, but you cut it thinner with the English, and you'll go side row, back to the end row, and then you can end up behind the 8 and the 9.
I see it. That's a good shot.
Ooh, not on this table.
Yeah, yeah.
You have
Good
to cut the
stuff.
balls like you're overcutting the balls, and it looks like it.
Oh, I know that was a big problem I ran into today. I kept telling myself I have to overcut, and I overcompensated, and I overcut quite a few balls
Yeah,
today.
you overdid it though.
Yeah,
Like find your mark that you
Mhm.
normally shoot at on a 4.5 inch, and then just adjust it a little bit, and you're fine.
yeah.
You just over adjusted. So he wanted to go rail first to come around 2 rails for the same pocket. But what happened was this is what you guys need to think about. When you guys do that shot, you guys need to realize that if you guys hit it thin, the ball's gonna take off. If you hit the ball thick, the ball's gonna die like it just did and not get around. So if you're going to hit it thick, you need to hit it a little harder. If you hit it thin, you don't have to hit it as hard with the running English. It's automatically going to do its job. See how he's running it? He could cut it and come multiple rails and come over. Like it's such an easier shot. Instead of running into balls, like leave those balls there. You have 4 balls to hide behind.
What do you think? He's coming off the left side of the six,
Yeah.
trying to use the 9-10.
Yes. Last time he had this, he got down on the 10 ball because he got bad shape and he just hit it.
Good shot.
Yeah. If he sees a piece, he's gonna do the exact same thing. Oh, he had to spin around. That's not too bad. I mean, it's better than ball and hand.
Yeah, much better than ball in hand. Nick has got to come with it if he chooses to take it on, which he does lean on the, I don't want to say the aggressive side, but
Yeah,
he takes
bottom right.
advantage when he
Bottom right.
can.
Yeah, bottom right. Strokes through it. Oh, he came straight across and missed an 8. That's risky. Because you run into that 8 right there, you're worse off.
Oh, he hit that ball.
No, he hit it
He
good.
executed it
Yeah, no,
great.
for sure. I would just be really hesitant in running into that 8 ball.
All right, these are the shots that have hurt him and been his best friend all week. Both sides. Not an easy shot. Yeah.
It's the tight pockets.
Oh, it gets in your head. The
Yes,
second,
it does.
yeah, and it was hard. I didn't realize, I got down on myself, but you just got to keep reminding yourself this table plays tough. As much as it looks like these guys are missing a lot, these tables are not easy in the slightest. I mean, they're not typical diamond tables. Well, they're not standard pockets, even in the slightest. Really worn in cloth.
Yes. That one's dead. It's not hasn't been charged. That one that you gave him is dead.
Rick, the double dip is still in effect.
Oh, he's still in here? I thought he left.
Right. Now, I generally, if we go to a second set where it says finals up there, I'll type out finals and then I'll put second set just so everyone knows where we're at.
It is a true double elimination.
This is to tie it up. Gonna make the shot. Great shot.
Good shot.
Tying it up at 2.
2-2. First set. 2-2.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Nick. I think Mike's playing like he's trying to win or something. What do you think?
I mean, actually, from sitting, your first set is like you're just like not another warm up, right?
Yeah.
And if you lose, then you just Rick, I knew you always loved me over Joey. Just don't tell 9mm, okay, and we'll be fine. Nope. Let's see how he breaks. Nope. No pop. I mean, the ball still went because he hit it. It's sweet, but this one comes up a lot, right? You just bank it right past the 5 and just play a little bit of inside English, and it'll hug onto the 5 ball.
It's a good shot.
Most people will just stop it, but you get closer, just like that, right? Now he has a jump shot, right? But if you use that inside English, yeah, that one ball's going to play shorter, but the tangent line changes so that ball's going to have to move to the right, the cue ball, and it's gonna hug closer to the 5 ball so he doesn't have a jump or one rail kick.
So you would use inside to almost kind of spin closer to the 5 in a
Yeah,
sense?
just a little bit. It was like a stun.
That's interesting. I don't.
Yeah, I'll show you afterwards.
Oh yeah. I get what you're saying. I subconsciously utilize it because I've hit so many balls, but you talking about it makes a lot more sense. So if the angle's there, you can play the English that way you can hit it square and still get your cue ball to sneak
Correct.
up on that other ball.
Correct.
I've never thought about it like
Yeah,
that.
you
That's
eliminate.
interesting.
Yeah, you eliminate the one railer. So that's what you mostly want to do, right?
Yep.
Eliminate the one railers and eliminate the jump cues. No, I'm on the sidelines.
I can play.
No, No, I no 99% of the tournaments I can't play in.
Nick's not good enough to play in this one.
I think you got perfect.
I
Follow
you're right.
or stun the ball, depending on his angle. He followed. Nice stroke, nice smooth. Have a
Really.
good angle to get on the 6.
That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta practice. Prescott. Prescott. Yeah. So top left. Top left, come around 2 rows. Don't hit it hard, just get there.
If Nick can get past the 6 ball, it should be a wrap. It's just the 6.
All right. Just roll it in here. Don't
Like rolling
stun
it?
yeah, because the pocket plays bigger when you roll the ball in. First place? First place? No, 18. Only 40 players.
Oh.
I told you.
Dusted its feet off on the
Yeah.
way in, but
Roll it in.
it decided to fall in.
Yeah, roll it in.
I feel like this is safe enough to say
Yeah. Roll forward, you're good, or you can draw back, whatever you prefer.
going for the draw. Right where his hand is, I imagine. Yep. Uh, good out there by Nick. Nick going up
3-2.
3-2. Good matchup.
Yeah. I'm bringing my big picture of Long Island iced tea. My wife's gonna have to drive tonight.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm always the DD.
A good thing to have. Yeah. Uh, good break there. Long look on the 1. I don't know if he even has a look.
Oh, let's see.
How often do you kick at these balls? Do you ever kick at
No.
these, or you always push?
No. I always push unless the ball is about a ball off the rail. Then I might kick 2 rails to play safe. But normally I'm going to tie up balls if I can't see it when I push out.
Oh, he had an edge.
That's good. I mean, that works. I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean,
It's basically
yeah,
a push.
Yeah, no, right? Yeah,
It's basically a push where you force him to shoot a long shot on the 1.
yeah. But for me, anytime I try to push out, I try to at least move balls and make it tougher for your opponent. Because if he takes the shot on, okay, or if you play safe, then you have another opportunity to get back to the table because you push balls together. Gonna try the same thing. He has 4 balls to hide behind. Oh no, he went that way. No, I like thinning it because you have all those balls 5, 10, 2, 7 to hide behind.
Yeah. I really like
Really good shot, but I think he might be snookered.
I think he's all right.
Oh, it's close.
He was looking at the 3 ball, which
Yeah, trying to get shape.
yeah, he's looking at the 3 ball like he can shoot the 2. So he should be just fine.
Window shopping on aisle 4.
Yeah. How about that, huh?
window
The
shopping?
bounce almost helped him a little bit
Yeah.
by jacking up.
Yeah.
He's trying to come all the way to that side rail, I imagine, but the cue ball jumped a few times and got him right where he needed to be. Get off the rail. Oh. Yeah. I like what Nick did. He
Uh-oh.
didn't compromise a ton with that. He made the ball and gave himself a look on the 6, and now he has options.
Yeah,
He is the type
sometimes
to go
though.
after this
It
stick.
is, but sometimes you have to kind of force the angle when you don't get on the right side of the ball.
I use it. Yeah. He wasn't in a tough spot though. He was
No, I know.
on the rail.
Yeah. No, it's tough on the rail. Like, I mean, sometimes the rail first is the better option. Sometimes it's not. It just all depends. But you have to sometimes just take the lickings and go from there. Being safe here. Oh, wow. Good shot.
Unless you can shoot
Uh-oh.
like that.
Bump shot. Bump shit.
Yeah. Did he get away with it?
Yeah, he could bank it. He won't be able to cut it, but he could bank it.
You like banking this ball?
I don't mind it because you have perfect shape. You want to play a little bit of left, so just in case you miss it, you could possibly hook them at the same time.
Pulled up the stats thus far. Even though Avery's out of the tournament, he played at a 691 speed.
That's
Digital
great.
Pool. Yeah, Digital Pool does a cool thing that tracks your progress through the tournaments. It's fun to watch. But Nick
Oh,
Klein
yeah.
is second playing 671 speed. Mike Dickinson playing 651. And trickles down from there, but obviously the guys that are playing best in the tournament should be in the finals, right?
Yeah. What a shot.
That was a great shot. Tough on the 9.
Just roll it in. Putt, putt, putt. Just roll it in.
What would you say your percentage is to making this ball?
90?
90? Making 9 out of 10? That's
Yeah,
awesome.
just like that, though. I'm not going to hammer it.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
I'm going to smooth stroke it like he did. A lot of people like hammering that ball, and when you hammer that ball, then you hit that rail, and that rail just says, denied.
Yeah. Yeah. That put up Nick 4-2. Am I correct? I believe it was 3-2
Yeah, I
before
think
that,
so, yeah.
correct? All right, that should put him up 4-2. Complimentary mark on the tally. 4-2. Nick's break.
Two back-to-back outs, so really nice.
Yeah, that 9-ball shot was really good.
Oh, there you go. That's the break. You can't do anything about that kiss, you know what I'm saying? But
Oh, yeah.
see how the 1 ball was tracking down? He's a little bit too far in. He moves a little further out, and the 1 ball ended up where the 5 ball is.
So he's too close to the center of the table, is what you're saying. Okay.
Correct. That's why it's kind of not on track. I mean, it was going down there, but it would like if he hit it any harder and the ball had never hit, he probably would have been on the in rail.
Oh, not something that's very common from Nick, but it looks like Nick's riding the cheese here.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean,
He's sending it.
oh,
Benefit.
and it denied.
Man.
Tell you, pockets are brutal. Now, for me, I'm pocketing this 10 ball because I'm going with my odds that Nick will not run out.
Yeah, especially on this table, man.
Yep.
The 2-5s, it's a little funny. If the combo was easier,
Yeah. And
it might be worth taking, but I think
look where the 8 is with the 7.
Yeah, the 8s, it's funny. Combos, it's a little funny over there. I like what you're saying, especially on this table.
Yes. There's a billiard shot. You can go rail first, and like you're gonna hit the 2 ball super thin off of the rail first, and with left it'll carry. This is I just got done playing billiards.
Well, you're talking 3 rails
You
into
go
the
through
nut
3
10.
yes.
That's gross.
Yes.
That's just gross.
Oh wow, he
Oh,
called
just-
that?
Find out. He's standing at the table.
Wow, what a bad roll after that good shot.
Yeah, it was.
Most people would be pissed throwing their cue or, stomping the table or hitting the table, but you can't do anything about it. I mean, you just know that
That's yeah. The 10's in such a bad spot, man. Especially when you're hooked on the 2.
no, for sure.
Oh man, these are the ones during chip tournaments where where, where you're like, I'm just destined to lose.
Yeah, no, for sure. But you just have to fight through it, you know?
Oh
You
yeah.
can't give a once your mind. You just can't. You just have to keep on fighting. And those ones that you play bad and you fight, and you win, it makes you feel so much better. You're like, I didn't even play that good, but I fought for it. Oh, look
Oh,
at
how'd
this.
he get it? What a shot.
Did he call it?
Oh, he did. Wow, what a shot.
Wow.
That was great. Yeah, he pointed at it for sure. Nick kind of looked at him to make sure that he called it.
Good
But
shot.
yeah, no, he
Wow.
pointed at it before he stroked that ball.
I didn't see him point. That's why I was like,
don't they call him Barbox Tommy or something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that?
Barbox Tommy. Yeah. Beating up on me.
No,
Tommy was another one. I don't know if you guys know this, but Tommy was a fantastic player. In his little prime, he played really, really good, especially one pocket too. He played really good one pocket.
oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
I got to commentate with him during
Yeah. Tommy, I'll take you as a coach, buddy. Teach me how to play some one pocket. I only know how to make balls.
show me the moves.
Yeah, show me the moves. I'll show you the money. That's one thing I try to get some of the people that play a lot of one pocket, and I'm like, man, you gotta teach us. Like, we play good rotation. Just imagine what happens when a rotation player plays one pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that 2 balls can turn into 5 or 6 balls, like, But that's one thing I don't like. The moves is what that gets me, and I'm just like, let's just fire away.
Oh yeah. Well, I was blown away when, it's guys like Mitch was playing Tony when he came into town, and Tony's giving him 2 balls or something like that. I'm sitting there, I'm like, as good as Mitch plays, one pocket just to me, I'm realizing one pocket really just comes down to knowledge and the moves of the game, man.
No, it is, and when if you don't know
Because
that,
Mitch
you're in a
can make
disadvantage.
everything.
Yeah. And once Mitch gets down on knowing all the moves, he'll be another really great one pocket player.
Oh, no doubt.
Because the firepower, like you don't want to be like this, right? You don't want to be all the firepower and not like knowledge of the moves. You want to kind of have it equal, like where Tony is, right?
Oh yeah.
But Tony's of course been playing longer than Mitch has when it comes
He
to one
almost
pocket.
plays it. Well, he obviously plays all games, but he's almost been playing it exclusively to my knowledge. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
him on a
lately,
personal level.
right? Mitch or
Oh,
Tony.
no, Tony.
Oh, Tony plays really good rotation too. A lot of people
Oh, no
don't know
doubt.
that, but that man can play. Like you see him out there in Texas Open, he's always cashing. Like it's crazy. You watch that man play rotation.
He just turned 75. I thought you said he was a year older than you. I thought you were 56. No, Tommy was really good in the booth. I really enjoyed talking to him. He had some pretty good gambling stories back in
Oh,
the
for sure he
day,
does.
and
Yeah,
he knew he knew all the old school hustlers and all that, man.
yeah.
It was really good conversationalist, man.
Another one is Paul Grande. I call him Paulie. Man, that guy can play some pool too back in the day. Now he shows up to Main Street, hits some balls, with some friendly players and everything. But man, I used to have some really good sparring sessions with Paul Grande too. He's another great player. He had a great story. He used to um and when Johnny Archer came into town like years and years ago, they played, and after they played, he's all, "Don't I know you?" He's like, "Yeah." He's all, "You came to my pool room and we gambled and I took some money from you." It was
Mhm.
really cool to hear some of these stories.
Good shot there. Is he gonna get on the 6? A little short. He was a little scared of going long and hooking himself with the 8. Prioritized to look on that 6, maybe.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, he's still got control of the table in a sense. All right, Nick, I'm gonna step away for one
No, you're good.
second. I'll be right back.
So. Let's see what Nick does. He could play a couple safes here. That's not bad. Put it back in the same spot with 2 balls to hide behind him. That's not bad. Here? I've been here all day. Wife was playing. Win or next one? Sacramento. I go to Sacramento on the 17th.
All right. Looks like ball in hand here for Nick.
Ah, see, not on the right side. I mean, he's okay, but now he's gonna have to force that inside English.
Yeah, he tried to. Looks like he's going outside 3 rails.
That's a good shot. Get back in line, and now you can stun over. You can go forward and play the 9 ball on the side, or you can stun out and play the 9 ball in the corner pocket.
Always in line with the shot. I think he obviously tried to. Oh, good shot there.
Good
Great
job.
shot. That's going to, well, I'm not going to say nothing.
But you were thinking it.
Yeah, I was thinking it. We all are. Plays really good for an out here for Nick. Oh, Looks good from here. I think it's fair to say that Nick's comfortable at the table. Should drop this 10 to bring it 5-3.
Oh, motorboat.
Yeah. Little titty love there.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a small break.
Yes, sir. Looks like Nick is gonna step away for a second. Another look at Nick Klein's break here. Now remember, guys, that's gonna put him up 5-3. Score hasn't updated yet. Nope, there we go. That's gonna put him up 5-3. Nick does have to double dip Mike. No stranger to doing so. He's done it in the past. But Mike's playing well. Proves to be a tough competitor for sure. And this rack doesn't lay the worst. 3 to the 4 poses to be the biggest problem in this rack from at least immediately. Bit of a funny angle on the 2 here. If he chooses to, he can try and run into that 3-9 over there. Kinda don't know if that's what he's gonna do or not. There's a few different ways to approach it, but that option is on the table and lays fairly natural. You're leaving a little bit up to chance if you do so. And it looks like that's maybe what he's trying to do here. Running into the 3. Or blocks the path all the way down. He might play safe on this one. Trying to put the cue ball on the 6, I imagine. Or draw into the 9-10. Oh, this is going to be an option. And Nick is going to take it. The 3 is available. Nick's going to come with a serious stroke here to get back on the 5. You don't choose to do so. You can just don't have to put a huge stroke on it and play safe on the 5. But Nick's the kind of guy that likes to take these on and put a stroke on it. Just like that. Just missed the 3. Still left the 3 on the other end of the table, making it tough to get back for the 5. This cue ball being on the rail adds quite a bit of difficulty on top of how long the shot is in general, but being on the rail makes it very tough. That's a bit more of what I was talking about with Nick. I think his intention wasn't to come all the way back for the 5. It was more so just getting a look on it so he can stay in control of the table and maybe do something. Put this cue ball on the 6 or the 9-10. Or vice versa, the 5 on the 9-10 and the 9-10-6. Yeah, that's what he's going with. Trying to use the wall of balls there. He can't see the edge of the 5. He can kick at the bottom half of the 5. Kick the 5 up table. Maybe use that wall of balls to hide him. He's shaking his head a little bit there. I think that might have been his intention, was to kind of come off our left side of the 5, bottom of the 5, and get back under that stack where he was just at. A bit frustrated, hit that ball too full, but I do believe that was his intention. Could be wrong. But meanwhile, Mike looks pretty good in this rack. 9-10 poses an issue. Could break it out here if you choose to do so. Might have been. Yeah, I think that might have been what he was trying to do. Just kind of graze off the top side of that 10 maybe, and then freeze up that 9. Now he may be, well, a little shallow on the 8. See what he does. He's thin on this 8. I'm curious if he can hit it slow enough to hold it on that side rail to shoot the 9 in the corner, or if maybe he's forced to run into it. I mean, you could get under it and play safe, but I think he's got the option. He's got the option to hold it. He'd like to do that. Yeah, he was trying to hold it. It was just so thin, it was tough to do. But he's got a great chance to put this cue ball on the 10. He'll just roll this forward, put the 9 on the rail, and the cue ball on the 10 here. Really good chance to do so. It's a little bit harder because the cue ball is so close to the 9, but shouldn't be much of a problem for him to execute this. And he tried something a little different. He tried to get that 9 out to the middle of the table and hold the cue ball behind the 10. I think that was a product of being so close to that ball. Nick will take this ball down all the way down. Point got him there. And he's going to leave a shot. Oh, Mike's got a good chance here to bring it to 4-5. This is the finals. For those that are just tuning in, our numbers are jumping up, so I feel the need to say so. If Nick does have to double dip Mike here. Mike hit it great. What a good shot he just hit there, but he's steep on the 10. But a winner taking home $1,890 if you're all in. I don't think Mike's in the side pots. I could be wrong, but I do believe that's what Tim said earlier. And if Mike wins, you'd only be taking home 1,100. But that being said, still enough. Left it tough. Oh, thank you, man. Thanks, bro. Nick's gonna come with a good shot here. I like what he's doing. Settling his nerves a little bit, taking his time, making sure he's absolutely ready before he shoots the shot. Tough shot. Drilled it. What a great shot that was. That's gonna put Nick on the hill. Nick at 6, Mike on 3. There's been a lot of comebacks in this tournament, more than I've ever seen. I've heard from 5 or 6 different people thus far when they were up 5-1, 5-0, 4-0, and then their opponent came back and beat them, or vice versa. So no lead is safe, but we could potentially be seeing a second set here if Nick can close this one out. That's the fun stuff. That's why we watch, and that's why we do it. There's something to be said about the momentum of a player coming from the backside on the loser side. You know, they're playing matches, they're playing back to back to back. They're kind of hot coming into it, and if you're not hitting balls and you're sitting in the hot seat, sometimes that shoulder can get a little icy. Sometimes it takes you a few games to get back into it, or at least even a set. So so even if Mike doesn't get this one, I predict a bit of a tighter race in the next one. If I was a gambling man, I'd bet so, but this one's far from over. Curious Mike's mindset coming into this right here. I mean, obviously you want to, obviously he's got one thing on his mind, and that's to win this tournament. He wants to be the champion of this Southwest Championship Tour stop number 6. But I'm kind of curious, you know, the way things have gone thus far, and he's got off to a bit of a slow start. I wonder if a little bit of his mentality sits with, all right, this set hasn't gone the best, and I missed a few shots here and there. Nick's playing good. I'm ready for a fresh start. He'll fight till the end, but I know I'm a bit mentally weak. I know that's in the back of my mind sometimes. I think sometimes a fresh start can do a lot for the mental side of things. Uh, oh, thanks, bro. Good to see you, man. Yeah, no, if Mike misses this, oh, that was a good hit. I was about to say, we haven't seen any 3-foul chances or really attempts, really. If he missed that one, I saw a pretty good counter save. I want to say counter safe, but a good one that Nick could have played to get on 2 there. And I don't, obviously the balls lay well, and I think Nick would have tried to run him out, but had he chosen to do so, there was an opportunity for the first 3-foul we've seen today, at least since I've been on the mic. But Mike had a good hit there. Really judged that ball well, hit it full in the face. I think for me personally, that's what I'm trying to do when you kick a ball that far away. Let's just try and hit it full in the face, give you a little bit of a margin for error. Mike wasn't going to leave much up to chance there. He just rolled it in. I think you'd like to have been straighter on the 3 to shoot it all the way down, but every part of that was intentional. He wasn't going to let that cue ball get away from him, hitting it with pace. I want a safe option. Mike's been very conservative in the few games that I've seen, and well, I don't want to say few games. We've seen enough from him now. He's been on the stream. I think this is the second time, but he's been a bit more conservative. Nick's chosen to go a bit more on the offensive side, taking on cut shots, long cut shots, being successful with it. And obviously, that's why he's here. But two different styles going on right now, at least strategies. I think he got a good hook with the 8 ball. Fairly routine hit here for Nick. Getting safe is another story. You can 1 rail kick it, maybe even 2 rail kick it behind the ball. That's what he's lining up there. He's looking at a 2 rail kick. He's aiming just behind the 3 to kick the 3 ball 2 rails up. The call in the pocket is just a formality. It's just in case it goes and he gets a look on his next ball, but it's not his intention. Look at that. Yeah, Mike was a bit frustrated. You can always sense a touch of frustration from an opponent when they take a minute to get out of their seat based on a roll. I know that because I did one of those earlier. My opponent missed a shot when it was hill and hooked me and felt like my butt was glued to the chair. Ball in hand coming to Nick here. Nick only needing 1. He is on the hill here. Rack doesn't lay super easy. And this table plays tough. But I think it's fair to say that there's not a lot of pressure on Nick's shoulders being on the hill like he is, knowing that Mike has to come so far back. Oh, back arm's probably pretty loose. Makes ball pocketing a little easier. Well, this layout's good. If you're looking for a problem, if you're trying to find a problem, it's the 8 to the 10. It's not much of a problem at all, but as an opponent, I think that's the one thing I'm looking at and hoping he messes up. The rest of this is pretty cut and dry. You can get past this 7. Cutting this 7 this way is under normal circumstances is pretty easy, but this table's tough. Good shot. Nick's gonna go around the horn here. He's gonna let this cue ball loose. It might touch every rail on the table. 1, 2, 3. He's gonna use the 4th one. Sure is. All 4 rails. Good shot. Like what he did there. He didn't feel super comfortable, so he reset. This could bring it to a second set. Gotta make it. Great shot. That is going to force a second set. Nick wins the first one 7 to 3. Congrats, Nick. All right, here we go. Let me let me ad- let me adjust all this. Here, I'm gonna take a second and change a little bit of the wording on the screen and do all that good stuff, reset everything. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, there we go. Coming into a second set. Nick won the first one. Mike was in the hot seat. Nick taking it down 7-3. Uh, got a good matchup. I really think this one's going to be a close one here. Mike's obviously not here by accident. I think the first one was a bit may have done a little bit with how much he was sitting and Nick was playing. That's funny, kid. No, I enjoy being here. I was pulling for a second set. Nothing against Mike. It's more so I really like the second set of these finals. Gets the blood pumping. It brings out the best in both of these players, and I like watching players play under all that pressure. So it's a lot of fun for me. And I'd be lying if I said I was hoping that it was over after one. Keeping it simple. Good shot. Like Mike's coming out of the gates firing here. Getting on the 5 is no easy task, though.
All right, buddy. I'm out here, man.
All right, thanks
Good
so much, Nick.
conversation.
I appreciate you, man. It sounds like Nick DeLeon. Shout out to Nick DeLeon for hopping in the booth for a bit today and talking with you guys and talking with me, really. It's a bit lonely back here sometimes, but shout out to him for helping us out today. He's the best. I learned a lot just sitting here, but appreciate him. And Mike Alligate's firing. Maybe sense a touch of frustration from the way that first set went. I don't think Mike's gonna be super happy with how close this cue ball is gonna be to the rail once he makes this 7. I think that's why he took his time on that one. Yeah, still doable, but jacking up, playing this 8, and drawing it with a little bit of bottom right proves to be tough on this table. This ball likes to rattle a lot. Yeah, that's why he's looking at it. Tell from what I've seen from Mike, he's a very educated player. He likes to weigh his percentages. He's looking at this, and this is not the highest percentage shot in the world, but maybe maybe something I have to take on in the circumstance. How you doing, brother? Good, man. Yeah, that's one of his worst fears came to life on that stroke right there. What's up, man? How are you? He knew it was a tough shot, and he knew He was risking the game on that shot. Probably didn't foresee the scratch there, but still tough. Now Nick's got a natural and it'll come down for the 10. Overran it a bit. Little funny. I saw Federer miss this one today in the European Open. Every part of that cue ball was intentional. He knew it was a risky shot. He knew if he missed it, he was going to at least leave him long. Obviously, he'd like to have made it, but this is second best. Generally, Nick plays safe on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he calls this. Yeah, that's what he's calling. I think he might look at this like he's got a free life. He's got a free chance after missing the 10 and maybe not deserving another look. I like trying to end it right here. Now, banked it a little short. Played it. Banked it pro side. He may have been playing safe all the way. I appreciate you, Greg. Thank you, man. Mike doesn't strike me as a guy that takes this ball on. He might. I mean, it's there, but he hasn't taken on a lot of low percentage risks from what I've seen. Nick's no stranger to cutting balls thin down a rail, but Mike is generally just kind of played this ball up a little bit and forced Nick to make a shot. Just like that. Yeah, that's about what I expect from him. He actually executed it really well. Left him tough on the 10. Uh, yeah, this is exactly what I was referring to right there. Nick doesn't mind taking on these sharp cuts. Mike playing a bit more conservative. I like the contrasting styles. These ones are fun to commentate because they're different players. Oh, that's gonna hurt him. That's gonna cost him there. Mike gonna take Mike gonna take this one here. Wow. Here. Another look at Mike's break here. I want to call it a bit of a miss it. Miss it there. Came way off the right side of the one, unless he's trying some form of a cut break. I don't think so, but came way off the right side of the one. Nonetheless, leaving Nick long. Great, thank you. Is the 4 gonna catch it? Oh, it sure is. And hook him. Yeah, I'm looking right down the barrel of that. Doesn't even have an edge of the 1. He's gonna have to kick at it. 8's a big ball. 8's a really big ball kicking at it, so Mike's in a tough spot here. I've mentioned it a few times. No 3 fouls yet. If Mike doesn't hit this 1, Nick will try a 3 foul. If Mike doesn't hit this 1, Mike will. I mean, if Mike doesn't hit this 1, Nick will put the cue ball real close to the 1, then it, and try for a second one. That 8 is such a big ball kicking at this 1. Mike's trying to wish his way into a better look at this. Looks like he's gonna go 1 rail and hold it with a ton of inside to miss the 8. But he did. All right, here we go. We haven't seen a 3 foul yet. I don't think Nick will not take on this 1-9. He'll thin this 1, probably come 2 rails, 2-3 rails, and try to get over there. Oh no, he's looking at something else. That'll work as well. Still playing safe on it. Oh, he called the 9. That 9 was so offset on these pockets. I didn't expect that, but Nick's proven to be on the offensive. I don't like that shot because I don't shoot as good as Nick. So I don't look at it, but I really thought with Mike on 1 there, he had a good chance to hide him for 2. Trying to draw back for the side. Came a little bit too far there. Oh, that ball goes in anywhere in the state but this table. Curious what Mike is trying here. He's 1, 2, 3. Oh, he was trying something really fancy. Nick will just kind of punch us up the side rail here. Good shot. Don't think the 4 passes the 9. Not that it matters, but don't think the 4 passes the 9. He'll shoot the 4 all the way up. Really trying to get closer to that 4 to make it easier, and lost his line a little bit. Wow. I don't think he can hit that ball any better without making it. Hit it good. Not sure what he called. He said something to Nick. Might have called the 9, might have called safe. We'll find out here in a second. I think this shot's a little easier than it looks. It looks pretty steep on the camera. Shot this ball earlier. It's no. My problem is I keep saying something's easy on this table. Nothing's easy on this table. Ah, that's cool to hear, man. I agree. Now this is 4 and an eighth, and it plays every bit of it. I believe it's 4 and an eighth, if not a little tighter than that. I mean, but and it's extremely worn in cloth. Oh, he went for the 610 and missed it there, but it's extremely worn in cloth. So the shelves are deep, extremely worn in cloth, 4 and an eighth. I mean, it's absolutely brutal. And if you haven't played on it, it's a pretty humbling experience to say the least. Uh, it's not gonna get it done. I mean, he can get out of it. He's got to come with one heck of a recovery shot here, but wasn't his intention to get this weird. Like I'm taking his time to reset here, look at all his options. Many people, I think, my personal opinion, too many people get frustrated after the last shot and then jump into their next one and don't look at all the options from the disaster they left themselves in. See the fact that he's looking at everything, he's gonna play safe more often than not. Players try to back cut this in. Left it long. Never a wrong option on this table. What's going on, Henry? How you doing, brother? I'm excited to see. You know what? When's the next time we're gonna be out here? And I'll tell you what, I had a lot of fun out in California the last time I went. I am going to see you. I don't know the next time I'm gonna be out there, but I might make it a point to go out there just to I might make a weekend out of it and plan an event down there. You know, how about that? You hit me up with a good event that fits my 620 something Fargo. We'll make a weekend out of it. I'll go down there and we'll have a good time, and even if I dog my brains out and lose, that'll be fun. I enjoyed it out there. Oh, really let out of that stroke. Kind of gave up on that one a little bit. Looked like he was only half committed to that shot. Generally, Mike is when he's been confident, he's stayed down, hit balls with a bit of conviction. That one, not so much. Hit it good. Hit it real good. No gimme here. Any other table, I would just give Nick this, but this one's a little bit tougher. Should be just fine. Great shot. Sounds like Mike gave him that one. Tying up the score 1-1. Once again, both players going to 7. If you guys haven't played in the 650 and under event, I've talked to a fair share of people, or players, really, that say they don't want to play the event because they don't think they have a chance or whatever, or the 650 number intimidates them. It's a 1-game spot every 35 points. It wasn't too long ago that a 480 or a 490 Frank Peralta won the tour. I think a couple months back. I mean, it really is a really friendly handicap, I guess you could say. I mean, if any of you are worried about the big 650 and under number, how would you feel playing? How would you feel playing a 630, a 3-7 race? Pretty enticing to me, I'll tell you what. Yeah. Nick's calling it like he can see it and sneak by that 7. That'd be. No, he's going real first. Yeah, Henry, I'll run into you for sure, man. Oh yeah, that would be cool, Henry. Let me know, man. I'll tell you what, if you run a 640 and under event and it doesn't conflict with anything else going on, which normally doesn't, I'll be there, man. Yeah, it was too bad I didn't get to see you the last time out there. I remember I'm I went up there with Peter Sullivan last time and we ended up staying at his parents' house. It was a lot of fun. Parents are great people. I love them to death. But yeah, I didn't get to do a whole lot of traveling last time. Or at least getting to know the town, I guess you could say. I'll tell you what, that 3 by the 7, if it does go, is tight. Super tight. That's what he's looking at right now. I think it was part of his intention. Uh, that's a pretty cool news over there. Tim had another tournament running alongside this one. It was a qualifier for a 500 and under. I'm not 100% sure the entry fee for that for the event he's going to be playing in. I want to say it's a $500 entry, but Buddy Dara ended up winning or being one of the participants that won. Super cool. Congrats to him. No funny on the 6. Let's see how he chooses to play it. Like I said earlier, I don't know how many options he has. Mike does like to play the high percentage play when he has an option here, but he can only see an edge of the 6, which really limits his options. Or at least a little bit of it, some of it. Really curious. I might learn something here. Really curious to see what he plays. All in the safe. Really like to prioritize distance here, I would imagine. Separation between the Q and the 6. Oh, he could see a heck of a lot more than I thought. Oh no, he didn't get coverage with the 9. I thought he did. But oh, if that got behind the 9, that would have been absolutely disgusting. On shot here from Nick. Good attempt, a bit of a low percentage shot, shooting off the rail into these pockets, but you knew that was the risk. Mike trying to go with the conservative option, trying to get that 6 all the way down to that bottom rail. Didn't quite get there. Using coverage was just a bonus there. He didn't get coverage or the 6 to the all the way down. Really good pace there from Nick. Coming all the way around, getting 7 all the way up. Great shot. Looks pretty good from. I have to make a. Got a bit of a weird angle. I don't know if he's straight on 8 or not. Oh, oh, he was really lucky not to scratch there. To run into that 9 and not go inside pocket was extremely fortunate. He likes to cut these balls. Yeah. Aggressive side might have cost him a little bit there. Might have been able to get away with some sort of safe, prolonging a bit of a containing safe and prolonging the match a little, or not the match, but the game a little bit. Chose to cut it all the way down on this tough table. Good cost him. Good after a good shot from Mike there. Looks like Mike is after this 10 ball falls. Wow. Really let up on his stroke there. It was a bit of a deceleration in his follow through there. Kind of gave up on it. We'll follow through this 10 for sure, though. Oh, very lucky. You don't see too many balls rattle on this table and not stay up. It's a good shot. A little bit of a deceleration from Mike there. Can't help but think that maybe there's a touch of nerves involved in this match. Nonetheless, you got to move forward. Nick's going to be up 2-1. Hey, you. Good. Nick kind of getting away with that last one there. Yeah, Greg. Nick is playing aggressive and has obviously worked out well for him thus far. That is his game, but justifiably so, making shots like that. Tend to be a little bit more defensive. My ball pocketing isn't quite as clean. But no doubt. Nick might just choose to leave himself a bit of an angle on this 5 so he can maybe 3-rail to shoot the 6 off the 7 and the side. Yeah, I'm thinking that may be it. Playing a bit of a high left ball here, come all the way around and play the 6 off the 7 on the side. That's his goal. Needs to get there first. Yeah, didn't quite get there. Wonder if I don't think 6 pass. Maybe the 6 passes 8. I'm not sure which ball he called. He called one of them. Got half a pocket for the 6, or he could have just called the 8. What a shot. Did pass. Great shot. How does a 7 sit? If he gets down on it quick, it sits really well. If he goes over and peeks at the angle, it's tough. Didn't peek at the angle. Lays well. Great shot. This Nick will come 1, 2, maybe even 3 rails for the 10. Oh, he's drawing it. That'll work as well. His option, good shot. Something Nick's done well is clean these 10 balls up. Not the first time around playing Mike, but this rack, he's really staying down, following through on these shots. He's confident. Great shot. Another look at Nick's break here. Watch the 5-7. A 5 just missing the side. And Mike's showing a bit of frustration. Threw up his arms a little bit before he even got out of his chair. It's tough. He's down 1-3. He's made a few mistakes, and when it breaks, doesn't make something and leaves you tough or even no look. Oh, he had a look, just missed it there. Real thin cut on the 1 with these pockets. Not an easy way to get back on the 2. And try and throw it in with a lot of left and get on the 2, but before he shot that, I was about to say you compromise the pocket a little bit when you do that. He knew that. Tough spot to be in. Oh, how'd he get it? Great. Good shot there. Especially if he's got a natural angle to float down for the 3. 5-9's obviously going to be a problem. Gonna have to negotiate around that. Look on the 3. Good look. Good angle. Do whatever he wants with it. Wonder if he's got the angle to go forward with it, break out the 5-9. He's down on it quick. Tells me he's gonna try and break this out here. Great shot. Oh, good shot, unrewarded. Left side, kicking at the 5. Let's see if he takes it on here. See if he even looks at the 5-10. It's hard when it's staring you in the face. It's easy to play safe when you want to, but yeah, he called it safe. Staring you in the face, it's a little harder to turn down. I agree, Greg, but that's that's why I'm not in the tournament anymore. Do dumb stuff like that. The swerve got him a little bit there, shooting at the 5. Just trying to play some right and come around. Just misjudged a little bit. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Mike. Toughest shot in this rack is getting from the 8 to the 10. That's how tight these pockets are. You obviously want an angle from the 8 to the 10, but well, toughest part is getting started, I guess. It's a tough spot. A little ahead of himself there. That ball was so deep in that pocket. Well, Nick tried to. That was the thing about it. On any other table, shelves don't seem as deep. But that ball was so deep in that pocket, he tried to miss the point on the way out. Had really no chance of doing so. Once again, makes a 6, gets going to a 7. The 8 to the 10 is the biggest problem in this rack. If you're looking for a problem, it's not. Wow, Mike's giving that one to him. That's a sign of sheer frustration, to be honest. It hasn't loved how the set's gone this far. Table doesn't play easy enough to give anybody anything outside of a hanging ball. Wow. And Mike seems a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, Nick is up 4-1. This is the second set. Mike was sitting in the hot seat. Nick has to double dip Mike. Both of these guys chasing the $1,890 check. I don't think Mike is in the side pot, so it would be $1,100 for him if he does take it down. Finds a way to crawl back. That's where we're sitting. You know, Nick DeLeon asked me in the last set, I believe. He asked me if he felt that fatigue may become a factor in this event, and it always is. But I believe Tom DeLorenzo said Mike was 75 years old. Nick, I believe, is 25. These long 2-day events. What a shot. Oh, I thought he made it. But I don't think you can discount the idea that may not be a factor being battle of stamina through this long 2-day event. Coming down to it. I agree, senior. Never give up. I Mike's in a tough spot here. Taking long ways to give himself an opportunity to make this 2. Looked like a good hit though. We'll see what Nick has in store for the 3. Gonna move this cue ball a little bit. Might just choose to shoot it all the way up. Trying to draw it. Yeah, I really didn't like the option of shooting it all the way up on this table. This table plays so tough and so tight. I don't think his intention was to run into the 3. I think he tried to get a little above it and shoot it in one of the corners or something along those lines, and maybe it was. 7-ball plays tough. Unless you're right on it. A friendly bump. Sure thing. That's perfect. Dang. Could be just perfect. Nick makes this 7. It looks really good from here, though. That'll bring him up 5-1. Oh, Nick is on fire. Mike's gonna give him the last two balls there. Nick going up 5-1. Nick needing 2. Mike needing 6. Nick's a tough competitor when he gets on a roll like this. He can't help but think that maybe he feels his opponent is a bit demoralized. That really relaxes you as a competitor in a sense, at least for myself. Mike's giving him 2, 3 ball outs. What I like about Nick, he's a extremely fierce competitor. It's something I try to model myself after. He's an extremely fierce competitor in his mind, but I mean, he's just an absolute teddy bear on the table. I mean, all smiles, all happy, all jokes, but all sportsmanship. But I got to talking to him a little bit, and he's like, I just want to punish the players that play on the table in my mind. He's like, I'll always show them with respect. I'll always be nice. I'll always be kind. I just want to absolutely punch those guys. I love that. Yeah, Nick's looking really good. This set looks really comfortable. It'll seem like. Understroke that one a little bit. Like to draw it back a bit. Once again, Nick not feeling a ton of pressure. Being up 5. I don't think he marked the last one. I think it may be 5-1. Really don't think. Oh, how'd he get it? Hit it great. Left it. Tough shot on the 6, but he hit it great. Yeah, really tough shot on these tables. Let's play a drinking game. We should do it. We should do every single time I mention how tight these pockets are or how tough this table is. We should all take a shot. Nobody would make it out alive. So we just hit that ball bad. Um, that was an extremely difficult shot from where he was at. See a little fight left in Mike here. Still maintaining a bit of intensity at the table. Love to see it. I'd like to see him try and come back and make this tight. I think I think I speak for everyone, even if you are a Nick fan. I think I speak for everyone when I say like a good match here. Nick's really just taking a commanding lead after winning the first set 7-3. Oh, Mike, come on, my man. Stuff back in this. Yeah, so it looks like Nick or someone adjusted the score. It is 5-1. Oh, good shot. Shows a lot of heart there, being down that much, making that tough cut in the side. You want to hop in for a few minutes, Mitch? We're in last set. Nick's up 5-1 in a race to 7. Okay. Or 5-2. My bad. I might be paying you guys a treat. Sounds like Mitch might hop in the booth with me to close this thing out. For those that don't know, Mitch Ellerman. He's a local rail beater around here. Easily 760 something Fargo, I believe. Oh, scratched on the brake. Oh, Mitch. You're right there, brother. All right. Well, looks like we got Mitch Ellerman in the booth. Let me fill you in real quick. This is the 650 and under Southwest Championship Tour. This is the finals. This is the second set. Nick Klein beat Mike. Nick knocked Nick Klein into the backside. And Nick came back on the first set 7-3, and here we are. Nick beating Mike 5-2. How you doing, Mitch?
I am good. Thank you guys for letting me intrude on the rest of the evening.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring in the
No,
stray.
you're good.
We
I
love
was
you.
watching one of my students gamble over there, so I'm enjoying watching some of the highs and lows that he's still going through at the learning curve.
Oh yeah, which student?
But Max Hood, who is also one of the bartenders over at Main Street. So
That's awesome, man.
I have a couple of students in the building, and I just like on checking on their progression so I can nudge them right back in line when they need it.
Oh, dude, that's so cool.
So we got Michael Dickinson, Nicholas Klein.
Yep.
Mike scratched on the brake from what I saw, and then Nick kind of took a one ball for granted with ball in hand, trying to manipulate the cue ball, hung it up, and the 4 to the 5 here. He wants to punch it with low, come between the 9-7, maybe a hair right to help complement the cut, but I don't see Michael doing that. So he's going to shoot it.
He's played really conservative.
Yeah.
That plays a lot of safes. I think no one mentioned he's got a pretty heavy one pocket background, and I think that comes natural to him.
He absolutely does. I see him damn near daily over at Main Street. He's always peeking and grinding and playing, so it's always fun. It's like a country club during the day over there. Everybody pays the day pass, and it's good. And yes, Greg, I agree. Mike is probably fatigued and tired. I wished him a happy birthday the other day and asked him how old he was. He said 75. I said, get the hell out of here. I hope I look that good at 60.
Oh, I know, right?
Pardon my French, but I mean, he looks good for anybody, any age.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
So Nick trying to stay down in a shot, good practice routine, execute while he's going through the ball, stayed down even till it fell, and then kind of got up. All right, so not the shape that he really wanted on the 9 ball, but I'm guessing
he's gonna think if he's chosen to be aggressive this entire set, and he really hasn't turned down anything that's worth going for.
Well, executed it very well.
Wow, hit it really good. This could put him on the hill.
Yeah. Looks like he's playing with a McDermott with a G-core shaft.
No kidding.
A little bit of deflection. At least that's what the shaft is for sure. I think the butt might be custom, but it looks like a McDermott all the way around.
Oh, Nick's blind. It is. With a G-core shaft.
Yeah, it is. So it's got a little bit of deflection, but it has a lot of feedback and feel because it's wood to wood. So I was asking Tony after he blistered me a week and a half ago. He let me hit with a Southwest, and I play with a Predator Revo.
Mm-hmm.
The Revo is very accurate, but it doesn't have the feel, wood. It's like a living thing. So the pores
Oh,
in
yeah.
it and how it can swell up, and you can manipulate it, and
Yeah. You get feedback.
you get-
That's my big thing. You get feedback on your stroke, I think.
yeah, the relay back to your hand, it's not so diluted. You can feel it. It resonates a little bit better. And some people are like,
Absolutely.
that's why a lot of people like Ebony or Purple Heart or Coca-Cola, they're a little denser material. And then there's other people who like maple and in the forearm and whatnot. So it's all personal preference. I'm not saying there's no right or wrong. All right, so he scratched on the break. Are they playing 3 foul? I'm curious. And if you could hear Mr. Daniel in the background rooting for the old guys, quote unquote. Mikey D just smiling, shaking it off.
Yeah, he's showing a bit frustration, but Tim's lighting up the mood a little bit,
Yeah.
which I think is a good thing, man.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed his age, and I promise you, Mike's been playing pool longer than I've been alive.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm literally half his age. So I know for a fact that I've seen him for the last 20 plus years, and he's always had a great demeanor, great disposition, super likable guy on and off the table, very respectful. And he tries. He ain't making no living at it. He just enjoys it. He's a connoisseur of it. And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what's really nice to see him in a tournament this far, kind of piquing his interest and whatnot. Kurt. I don't know, man. I don't know. Dr. Ellerman helped me spin through. Went 10 and oh, nice. Yeah, I'm glad that it's JT, yes, Ebony, only Ebony, I got it.
Well, thanks for hopping in on the finale of this thing,
No,
man.
man,
I appreciate you,
it.
bro.
No, I appreciate it. I try and watch from afar so I don't add any pressure or start the shit out of no one and kind of keep my eyes peeled. It's like the Matrix. I'm just looking at information.
Whether you believe, well, you've been there. You've been the guy on the other end of the window when one of your idols or one of the super high rated guys is standing in the corner of the room while you're playing a little amateur tournament in the corner, and you sit there and you doubt every move you've ever made in your entire life.
Absolutely. Like, did I forget to leave the?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
All of a sudden, I'm focused on
second-guessing
my
everything.
pre-shot routine. I'm like, what is this?
Oh,
Like,
wow. So now he's technically on. No, he made a good hit. So he's only on one, but he can play a lockup safe here, freeze into the 4. At least I don't think it'll put him on 2. And he's welded. He hasn't told him that he's on 2, so.
yeah, I think that's one. I think
Okay.
he had a good hit on the ball before that.
Yeah, and that's what put him in the spot right there.
Now, assuming that Nick doesn't hit this 2, what's your next move?
No, I mean, me personally, I'm a run-out player. There's no two balls touching after this. I want to keep my opponent's behind in the seat.
Okay, let's say you're
Especially if I'm
like
trailing.
600 players.
No, because a person's trailing, there is nothing like a shift in momentum, and you're taking the wind out of their sails, and they're like, "Oh shit, he's climbing back," and then you
Mike's
catch
a
that
defensive
stride.
player. Mike he is a conservative player. I don't expect him to try and run these balls out from what I've seen thus far. So if you had to play safe, if there are no pockets on the table, what would you do?
Grab a 9-iron. No, like I faced this Mike Pankoff back when the Desert Diamond Tour was still around, and we had an event at Metro, and it was bar table 8 ball. And Pankoff, being the whippersnapper and creative guy that he is, he soft broke it like one pocket, and I was like, "Are you sure?"
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't realize I had a little bit of a background in straight pool. So I'd
Mhm.
take the first ball, rifle it into the stack. And he's like, well, that shit ain't working. So he switched it up after I beat him the first set and switched to go break for a break the second set. And you know what? He actually beat me that set. So, I mean, it speaks for itself when, you're dealing with fire. You don't always want to just, throw a little oil and water on it. You might not like the outcome.
Oh, no doubt.
So he played safe there. He's telling him he's on 2.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a rather easy kick to the first cushion, but in case he gets a little overzealous, he did hit it with some speed, and he was very fortunate to leave Mike safe. So now Mike's going to have to either kick at us at the booth on this long rail right here, just past the side pocket with a little running English, because it makes it a really natural hit. If you overspin it, you can go to the bottom rail, it becomes a big ball. Kind of like that. So he hit it an extra time for good measure. And now, let me just drop a little bit of personal perspective.
Mhm.
This is an elevated shot, right? You're jacked up over a ball.
Mhm.
I see people get perturbed or, I'm jacked up. You know what? The only reason people ever see that is because they see somebody else react to it. Why not make it your strength and make shooting over a ball not one iota of a problem? Kind of like that. He hit it with such good, clean pace. Cue ball had good movement. He just missed his contact point.
Yeah.
But that's, if you have a problem, make it a strength. Take time, practice it, put in some reps, and you'll be much happier that you did.
I just get so me myself, I have trouble just settling and taking what the table gives me and playing just a straight maybe high ball, but like it limits your like even when the cue ball's on the rail and I have to play right or left English and then well what a good shot that was, but you play right or left and it swerves on me immediately and it's hard, it's so hard to judge. First of all, do you play if your cue ball's on the like on the rail? How frequently are you playing left and right, and how well do you judge that versus the ball being in the middle of the table? Obviously, you're
A lot of
extremely
it,
comfortable.
judges depending on the table I'm playing on as well. If it's a super tight table,
Mhm.
I try to reduce the amount of variables that go into the equation.
Yeah,
That being said, if there's any angle, I've always told my students it is much easier to measure angle versus English any day.
absolutely. That makes
And
a
on
lot
a
of sense.
tight ass table, by deleting some English, that one less uh variable in the equation, the definition of an equation is a series of variables equaling a certain outcome. So if you can make those variables just A, your contact point, B, a very simple roll or top spin so it has natural roll, and then C gets to the destination, kind of like that shot right there. He didn't do anything fancy. He just bunted it, rolled it, pocket speed, and the cue ball stunned over for shape on the 5. But now he's going to be stretched out, so his bridge is going to be lingering. So he has to switch his backhand and increase his delivery to get the cue ball towards the 6. No, he's slow roll because he wants to shoot a bank or a 2-way. But these are the things that you have to look at. So he made sure that he made the 5 because he's trailing, and now he's going to play it safe and put Nick in a pretty tough spot. Looks like he's going to thin the 6, put it behind the 9, and the cue ball up by the 7.
Oh, that's a good shot.
So the 7 became a blocker, the 10 became a blocker, the 9 became a blocker. And he hit every one of them. So now he has to go down to the short rail at the foot of the table, worry about the point of the side pocket coming into play, and, really commit to hitting the 6 ball with speed. The reason I say speed is you get separation. So sometimes kind of get rewarded for a good hit. He hit it more at a lagging speed, and he got rewarded for the good hit. The 10 got in the way, and he was able to flip the pressure.
Yeah, flip the script there for sure. Yeah, man, I had no idea you were such a pool nerd. Like I
Oh,
thought you had a bit of the caveman complex where you just rifle balls in all the time, before I had known you.
hit ball
Yeah.
firm, bam, bam. No.
See ball, hit ball hard. No, that's all.
Hard shot, shoot harder.
Yeah. No, but I mean, the more I've gotten to know you, you are an absolute student of the game. And just,
like
it's ridiculous.
I was in high school. I used to get yelled at because my teacher thought I was looking at porn and I was looking at pool cues. So in my mind, yeah, it was porn. You know, sorry to the sensory board, but like it was hilarious. They're sitting there hearing me saying, "Check out this shaft," and they took that completely out of context. You know.
Stop.
But okay, so 7 to the 8, under hit the 7 a little. He's gonna
Yeah.
pin this ball in because he knows he has a lead, so he's staying aggressive.
Yeah.
And his timing, he's really feeling it. All right, so he's gonna.
Good. He's shooting well.
He's now. Does he go 3 rails, or does he just slow roll it in and shoot the 10 on the other side? Looks like 3 rails.
From what I've seen is 3 rails. He's mind moving the cue ball a little bit.
Yep. Make that corner pocket a bigger pocket, and this should lock it up, guys.
Yeah, this could get it done. If Nick makes this ball, it should be official. The double dip over Mike Dickinson. Tour stop number 6, winner Nick Klein. If this ball drops,
Man, what a shot. Good shooting. Able to double dip them and all. But thank you for the quick
hey, thank you.
stop by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for dropping in,
Yep,
man. I know it was kind of on a whim, but
No, it's
really
all good.
appreciate you, and I know everybody loves listening to you. But
Oh, I appreciate it. Well,
thanks
hope you guys enjoyed the show, and make sure if you see Nick Prescott or here, wish him a big congrats. Same thing to Mike Dickinson. All right,
Oh,
thanks,
yeah,
guys. Have
yeah.
a good night.
Thank you, brother. All right, we're gonna leave this rolling for a little bit. That way you can watch the check signing, you can watch the congratulations, you can do all that good stuff. I'm gonna hop off for a little bit. Oh, thank you, Greg. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna hop off for a little bit while they do all that. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you to our sponsors. And a special thank you to Bullshooters for hosting this event and adding the extra $1,000. And they really make place us Arizona pool players, or us West Side Arizona pool players, can call home. They've treated us very well. So, anyways, I'll have to hit you guys up with the next tour stop. I'm not exactly sure when it is. I'll get with Tim, but thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you soon. All right, everyone who still is still hanging in there, or has it on your TV. We are on YouTube. We would. I guess this would be a good time to say so for those that are still hanging in there. We would really appreciate it. So we're trying to grow our platform on YouTube. If you guys could maybe subscribe on YouTube to Donkey Pool Productions, or follow us or like us on AZ Pool 15, we'd appreciate that a lot. Yeah, obviously you don't have to, nor would I ever ask for it, but if you feel the need to do so, there is a link in the description that you can donate to us commentators as well. But anyways, I'm going to shut down the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. This was a really fun event. Nick, congratulations to Nick Klein with a double dip of Mike Dickinson. He was a really good sport. Even though he ran out of steam a little bit there at the end, he played good all day. Shout out to him. He is officially on my radar. But thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you at the next event. Thanks a ton. See you soon.